Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session of International Research Seminar Paper Development Workshop. So we're very much thankful to all the participants who have come here, especially, and the ones who are online with us. This event is designed like a one-day workshop, sort of workshop, just to make sure that everyone interacts with each other and we have a good networking with all of us. So this is the main purpose of this event. So I would like to start this event by calling the first speaker. This is Mr. Muhammad Sohrab. I would say this session, like 10 to 11, is like a pre-seminar sort of thing. It's just like getting you guys, warm up. Then the session would come up with the speakers. That would be the main session over there. Then the third session we would have is the presentation session. And that would be the ones who are presenting. So without further ado, I'd like to say Mr. Muhammad Saurabh is a wonderful researcher. He has got a lot of publications, SSCI, top journal publication with him. We have requested him to share his ideas on proposal development. So, Mr. Saurabh, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone. Good morning. I welcome you all here at this seminar. On behalf of Huazhong University, I welcome all of you here in this seminar. Okay. Today, first of all, let's talk about my research. I expect that many of you may wonder how I published so many research papers in just first 2 years of my PhD. Is it true? These are my publications. So I expect that you all are wondering how I published these all papers in just first 2 years of my research duration. And this is a frequent question which actually I receive from my friends and my colleagues. Maybe you guys are thinking that they may be jealous with me, and that's why they are asking these questions. Oh yeah, it's true. They are not actually jealous. They are sincere with me. But the question is actually valid. Okay, the question is valid. Like how and why I published too many research papers in just in the duration of just 2 years. Okay, the truth is there is a structured process behind behind writing and publishing a research paper. So maybe I know that process. I follow that process. That's why I have published too many research papers. So in today's conference, in this today seminar, I will try to explain all the process. Okay, how actually I write these papers. Okay, and how I submit these papers to different journals, and I got publications. Okay, here is the agenda of my today's presentation. Okay, and before going to the topic, let's know what is actually research. Is there anyone who can let me know what is actually research? In a simple words.
Yeah, the research is to find something new.
That's good for you. So the word research comes from two words. Okay, one is read, and then second is search. That means read means again and again, and search means finding something. Okay, so research means finding something again and again. You can say that In simple words, we can say that research is finding something again and again and finding the solution of a problem or finding the answer of a question. Okay. So suppose you're facing a problem and you are trying to find the solution of that problem, then we can call it as a research. Okay. Okay. Now I will let you know about the process which I actually follow to write a research paper. Okay. Which process I actually follow to write a research paper, and then my friend, my colleague Wasim will tell us like how we actually publish it. So I'll talk about how we can write it, okay? How we can write a scientific high quality papers, which steps actually we follow to write a research paper. Okay? So first of all, let's know actually what is research process. Research process means from beginning to the end, which steps we actually follow to write a research paper. Okay, which steps we actually follow to write a research paper, and we can say that suppose that you are writing a paper on digital finance. Okay, and your ultimate objective will be like what will be the answer or will be the solution at the end which you will provide to your audience. So if we like look at books, if we look at internet, you will find there are around 10 to 15 steps that researcher mostly mentioned, but here today I will tell you around 8 steps which you can follow to write a research paper. Okay, the first step is formulation of problem. Formulation of problem means you are identifying the problem. So whenever we conduct a research, there should be a problem. And being a researcher, we have to identify it. Okay. So another question is, what is actually problem? Problem means there is something that has no solution yet. Or we can say that there is a question that has no answer yet. So being a researcher, you conduct the research to find the answer of that question or to find the solution of that problem. Okay. Suppose like I given the example of COVID-19. During COVID-19, there was no curable disease at that time. So researchers started their research on COVID to make a vaccine, to make a medicine that can cure that COVID-19 issues disease. Okay, so that at that time the objective of researchers were to find a curable disease that can overcome that problem. Okay, the second step is literature review. Many of you may know about the literature review. Literature review mean you have to collect maximum knowledge, you have to collect maximum information related to your variables. And how we actually collect it? We can collect it from different sources, like we can collect it through different research papers, we can collect it through different books, and we can also use internet, but mostly like it is a recommendation of the researcher that we should avoid to use to give the reference of books, and we should avoid to give the reference of websites. The more authentic is you can give reference of different articles. Okay, why actually we do literature review? Anyone can answer me like why? What is the purpose of doing literature review? Like I said that the purpose is collecting information, but why collecting? Yeah, you can tell. I expect you can.
I think it's very important to know, as you just now, we have a problem, but how we will solve it and find the answer in a new way. So we need to know how the other research
Yeah.
deal with this problem.
Of this, yeah. The question is, your answer is really right. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Methodologies is a review for two major purposes. Number one, to find the status of the knowledge, where the knowledge gap is stopped, and to find the missing one, the gap.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That means we are actually collecting maximum information, and on the basis of that, we develop our research here. This is one of another purpose of research.
There is another purpose. They are all right. Their points are valid. But to my understanding, we have to place the problem in the previous research.
Okay.
We have to connect our problem with the previous studies to make sure that something has been done. Now we are going to find a new problem with gap.
Okay, your answer is right. I will connect your answer with the third step. Okay, like when we are going to write our hypothesis, okay, we need literature review. Okay, we do all the literature review, and then on the basis of that literature review, we actually write our hypothesis. Now the question is, what is actually hypothesis? Hypothesis is the assumption or imagination, and we can say the expectation of researcher. He expects that the answer will be like this, but it may be wrong or it may be right. So on the basis of literature review, researcher expect that the result and the response of their result will be like this. Okay, the answer or the solution of their research result will be like this, but it may be wrong or it may be right. It totally depends on his analysis. He will do analysis, and after analysis, he can write that existing hypothesis was true or it was not true. So another fourth point, which actually we follow to write a research paper, it is selecting research design. Okay, research design is overall plan of the researcher to write the research. We can say that he have to decide, like will he conduct exploratory research or conclusive research. Okay, like being a new researcher, somehow it's difficult to go for exploratory research. You all know about the exploratory. Exploratory research is a research that has no existing information. So you are the first who is going to write some papers on that phenomena. So it is the first, you are the first researcher who actually writing something about that problem. But it is somehow really difficult to do this exploratory research. Mostly it is done in like in technical fields like uh, uh, and medical field. Like they actually invented COVID-19 vaccine. It was a exploratory research at that time. Okay, specifying the population. So what is actually population? Population is the entire volume of individuals. We can entire destiny of individuals is called actually population. You have to specify your population. And anyone can give me example of population, like how we can like say that it is our research population.
I think we identify a sample of the population and that must be homogeneous. For example, there are 1,000 participants and out of them we choose only 100. Then we call that it is our target population to interview with them or to
Okay, yeah, you're right.
get the questionnaire filled in.
Okay, you're right. Like I'm repeating it again. Population, it is the entire. Okay, right. Okay, thank you. Population mean it is the entire individuals group of individuals is called actually population. Suppose that you are conducting a research on the student of HUST University. The HUST student will be called as your population. Okay. Why you will call it as your population? Because they show the same characteristic, mean that they are belonging to a specific university. So we can call that the student of HUST University will be your population. Okay, is it clear? Okay. Now, what is actually selecting? Okay, after this, you have to select your sample. Okay, once you have identified your population, after that you have to select your sample. Sample is a small portion of the entire population. Suppose that you are conducting a research on international student or international student of HUST University, and all the international student of HUST will be your population. But it is difficult for you to collect data from the entire population. It is difficult to collect data from all the international students. So you will select 100 or 200 students from the entire population, and then on the basis of that population, on the basis of that small portion, you will describe the entire population. Suppose that you can say that how actually student international student at HUST University they spend their life. So you have collected data from 100 students, and you find that they are so much happy to be here. On the basis of this 100 sample, you will say that all the international students at HUST University they are happy to be here. Okay. So, what is actually sampling? Sampling means you have to select a small portion from the entire population, which we actually do most of our research sessions. After that, you have to collect your data. Okay, it is the most essential part. Like we can say that if you want to conduct a highly good study, okay, then you have to you have to collect your data from the reliable sources. Okay, like we have two options to collect the data. One is like the primary source, and then we have secondary source. Primary source is the source which from where we actually collect first time data or first time data, and the secondary source is the source where data is available on different platforms. You just collect it. It is available mostly like if we talk about World Bank, IMF, World Development Indicators. These are the different secondary sources from where we can collect data. There is existing secondary data we can collect data from these sources. Okay, then we have to do analysis. Okay, after collecting your data, you have to do analysis, and for analysis, you have to decide which technique you will use. Like in the field of economics and finance, mostly we use GMM, we use fixed effect, we use DID. Okay, these are different techniques which we actually use for conducting our research. So you have to do your analysis based on your desired selected technique, and it totally depends on the situation of your data and the quality of your data, and how your data actually secured to work. Like if it is a negative skewed, you may all know about it that you use different technique. If it is positive skewed, then you use different techniques. But because of the time limitation, I will just wrap up this. Okay, after doing analysis, you will have your own results. So when you write your conclusion, you have to write like what was your objective of this research, okay, and which techniques you have used to conduct that research, and what are the findings of your study, okay, and then finally you have to tell the policy recommendation to all the researchers. And after that, you have to communicate that result, because right now you have conducted that research and you have the findings, but others don't know about your finding. So how you will communicate that finding to others? By publishing your paper in different journals. Okay, like maybe you are doing your research in China, but maybe there is a need of your research in other country. So once you will publish that research, that means you have communicated your result to other who actually needed it. Okay, after this, okay, thank you. It was from my side. Now I would like to call We have question and answer session during break time, so we can discuss it at that topic. Because of the time limitation, we are not taking questions right now. So right now, I would like to call Mr. Wasim. Actually, he have publication of he has experience of publishing in top journals. So I would like to request him please come forward.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Sora, for this wonderful presentation. Everyone, my area is obviously I started and shared with you that it is about setting the stage. So this is just like setting the stage. We're just sharing the ideas over here with all of you. So you all have to, the more you interact with us in terms of your liveness with the audience, it will be very good. So I would start my presentation with this man. Do you know him? Anyone?
He's a professor.
He's a professor. Okay, this is nice. Anyone knows him?
He's a nice man.
Last year he was.
Last year? No, he was not here last year. Okay, so this man is Stephen Covey. Stephen Covey was an American educator, author, businessman, and a speaker. So obviously you might not know him because of his face, but you know him because of his publication. You know his book. This is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So when we say the 7 habits of highly effective people, you know these habits. They are be proactive, begin with the end in mind, put first things first, think win-win, seek first to understand, then to be understood, then synergize, and then sharpen the saw. My focus today is going to be on begin with the end in mind. So now a prudent question, a very important question arises, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. A very important question arises from this point. Begin with the end in mind. So the question is, what is the end for the researchers? What is the end for the researchers? I'm not talking about students, I'm not talking a degree, maybe you have some other end in your mind. I'm talking about the researchers. So what might be the end for the researchers? There might be many opinions for this. One opinion can be publishing in top journals, quality journals, impact factor journals. This might be the end in your mind. So another important question comes, how to get publication in top journals? This is an important question. How to get? So begin with the end in mind. Then how to get these publications? So after knowing how to get it, after knowing what are the top journals looking for. So is it going to be easy once you know what are the top journals looking for? Is it going to be easy? Am I this much boring? No. Okay, thank you. So it is knowing the end at the beginning. Coming back towards Stephen Covey. So how to know this? Everyone, from where you can know the end, what the top journals need. Anyone? Any guess? Any idea?
To my understanding, the top journals need a new problem to address. Then obviously according to their standards.
Very nice.
But I think the most important one, the new pressing problem to be solved.
So, but I have to come back towards my question. My question is, what are the top journals looking for? But the question is, from where you can know the end. The question is, from where you can know the end. Anyone? Yes.
Maybe I think it that much. But I get that. Firstly, we have to read the scope and the aims, but it will not give us the end. But each journal has its own end. For example, some of the journals want to have cooperation or network, for example, facilities with the international organization.
Okay, okay. Very nice, very nice. So, why not hearing from the horse's mouth? Do you know what this idiomatic phrase means? Hearing from the horse's mouth. Anyone? Yeah, the ones who have published the top journals themselves. Once you hear from them, you can do it. The top journals editors. So, setting the stage for the next session, the speakers are going to tell you how to do it with all of these. But I also have some little responsibility. So, what do the top journals say? About what? Say about what? Publishing. To publish. What do they say? But my question here is, to who? They tell this secret to who? They don't tell the secret to you. Do they tell the secret to you? Very nice, very nice. So,
Yeah,
you're very nice. So, the reviewers, they tell it to the reviewers. Once they tell it to the reviewer, we can also know it. So let's hear from the horse's mouth directly. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you familiar with any one of them? Academy of Management, one of the top leading journals in management around the globe. Emerald Publishing, you're familiar with this. Emerald Publishing is one of the top publishing house with others like Taylor & Franken's and other publishing houses. So I have like cracked the code. No, it is available on their website actually. So the reviewers guideline they give to the reviewers. They say, hey, if you want to accept a paper in a journal, you have to, this is the checklist. So let's come back to Stephen Covey. What is that? Begin with the end in mind. So this is one review guideline. Academia management. Then we have the other review guideline, Emerald inside. So let's just skim it. We're just going to skim it because we need a big session, like maybe more sessions to cover each and every point. And obviously, the experts over here are the speakers. I would say the ones who have already published more, and the reviewers and the top journalists. So let's go with them, like just skimming with that. Okay. So one thing is originality, as Mr. Nadeem over here said, that it is originality, novelty. So the first thing is originality. So the journal says to the reviewer, hey, if you want to publish this journal, accept it. Have you gone through the acceptance and rejection process? This is why you guys are so getting bored because of me, because you didn't get through this acceptance and rejection process. Once you get through the acceptance and rejection process, you will say, yeah, now I understand why the reviewer said, hey, it's rejected. Why the reviewer said, hey, I don't want it. So, does the paper contain new and significant information adequate to justify the publication? Which is novelty. I again say, every point requires a detailed lecture sort of detail. But let's have a little bit talk with us. What is originality? What is novelty in any article? Anyone can say? Innovation. You know what is quality? Quality is a relative term, you know? So the same thing comes with the journal. The top of the journal is the novelty is going to be more. Okay? Novelty can be anything, like Mr. Swarab said, sampling, like one article studied one population, you studied it in another one. This is what? This is what? Novelty. This is what? Originality. So now, obviously, if you do this small originality, the top journals would say, okay, this is the novelty, but not the novelty we are looking for. Okay? You can work on new variables. You can work like someone tested profit of return on investment in another method. You tested that in another method, you know? So this is also novelty. So there are many forms of novelty. You have to make sure what the journal you are seeking, which type of novelty it is looking for. And how can you know that? Reading that journal's article. Once you read that journal's article, what will you have? You will understand, oh, they require this level of novelty. Okay, then we have relationship to the literature, very important. Unless and otherwise, we say that the past researchers have completed this research, and now we are going to do this. You cannot claim, validate your originality. So, does the paper demonstrate an adequate understanding of the relevant literature in the field? How can you say that this is novelty if you have not covered the entire literature? And entire literature does not mean only the positive points. Hey, my positive independent variable is positively related to the dependent variable only. What are the constructive things in this variable? Why others didn't take it? What was the reason behind that? So adequate over here means entirely, like the positives and negatives. Because when we start doing research, what we do, we take all the positives. Hey, good research, good literature. And what happens? The other side you always skip. Are you guys with me? I know I'm a big hurdle between all of you and the great morning tea we have outside. I know that. I really apologize for that, but I would say this: if you give me like 2 minutes more or 5 minutes more maximum, is that okay? Okay, very good. Thank you. So, is any significant work ignored? Like for instance, my area is marketing. Let's say in marketing, when we talk about branding, brand equity, in your area, finance, human resource sciences, you know that in this specific area, there are notable, worthy people who have worked on this. And you have not even cited them positively or against or positive. Is that going to be a good literature? No, okay. So methodology is a paper's argument built on appropriate base, theory, concept, as a research equivalent intellectual work on which the paper is based, being well designed. Results are results presented clearly and analyzed appropriately. Do the conclusions adequately tie together other elements of the paper? What are the other elements? Mr. Saurabh said, methodology, sampling. Because of my sampling this, my results were this. You know, there's a chapter of discussion. You have to tie everything together. Then implications, very important. What are implications? What are we going to get from this research? And what is that? Either the managers, the businesses are going to get something, or the society is going to get something, or other researchers are going to get something. So is your research giving anything for them? Have you ever considered this? So you have to be very clear about that. Quality of communication. Have you ever tried this? You written an email, I emailed it. And after writing the email, before sending, you read it once. Did you find any mistake? Yes, but we don't do this. When we write a research article, we say, hey, we are done with it. Let's just throw it away. This is what we do. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are the top journals looking for? We have this question. What are they looking for? The speakers will tell you today. So this is the checklist from those two. I've just made them. But that's last minute. My presentation is up. And I have a question for all of you. After listening to the speakers today, the coming session, at this international research seminar today, my question before going to the tea, is can you create your own checklist. Like what the top journals need, what they're looking for. If you only have this checklist in your hand, you write a research article, just check it. Hey, did I do this? Did I do this? It will be so easy. Yes, research publication will always take time. But if your direction is at the right direction, you are towards the right direction, then obviously you'll make it up. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all of you to being here, and the ones who are online, thank you very much for joining us. So according to the schedule, now we have like the tea break. Everyone at home are going to enjoy the tea at their home, and the ones are going to enjoy the tea over here. One thing I'd like to say to all of you, the tea is very important because in this tea, you network with each other. The ones with whom you came, I recommend don't take tea with them. This one. Don't take tea with them. Take with others, so that you can network. Maybe someone is good at qualitative research. You find someone. The purpose of the seminar is to equip all of you. So thank you very much. Let's go towards the tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wasim.
Just me, right? Just share your I'm here. About 29 people online.
of our institution, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you, whether you are joining us in person or virtually. This event, which is focused on emerging technologies for sustainable business and circular economic models, reflects the need for innovative thinking in tackling the most pressing challenges of our time. The transformative power of digitalization, AI, circular economy strategies, and sustainable finance for the key to not just economic growth, but to a future that is both resilient and inclusive. We are privileged to welcome esteemed keynote speakers from globally renowned universities and leading academic journals. This profound expertise and impactful contribution to research promise to deliver enormous value to all participants. These sessions will address essential elements of academic research, such as conducting comprehensive literature reviews, mastering academic writing, navigating publishing strategies, and overcoming common challenges in research paper development. Such insights are particularly invaluable for students and early career researchers, providing them with the critical tools and knowledge to excel in their academic and professional pursuits. Furthermore, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the ABMS and our dedicated students who have worked tirelessly to organize this remarkable event. Their commitment has not only created a valuable platform for scholarly exchange, but have also opened doors for researchers to showcase their contributions. I would also like to highlight the exceptional opportunity for participants to publish their works in an RGI global book, an achievement that will undoubtedly enhance visibility and contribute meaningfully to the academic community. In closing, I congratulate the organization, contributor, and all participants for coming together to make this seminar successful. This platform exemplifies the power of collaboration, critical thinking, and innovation in driving solutions that address global sustainability and social progress. Once again, I would like to extend a warm welcome and sincere gratitude to all our esteemed keynote speakers for dedicating their time to be with us today. I wish you all a productive and inspiring seminar filled with new insights and perspectives to advance your research endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was so nice of you.
Thanks.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with the next keynote speaker. So the next keynote speaker we have is Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed is an assistant professor and a postgraduate center in the Management and Science University, Shah, Malaysia. He is a visiting professor and external examiner in Indian Academy of Tourism. He holds a doctoral degree in hospitality management, disaster and emergency planning and preparedness. He was working for Jordanian hospitality industry for 17 years. He has participated and presented research papers in several international academic conferences. He is an active member of scientific and editorial review board for various Scopus scientific and editorial review board, Scopus journals. His latest works have been published in the refereed international journals, conference, proceedings, books, and book chapters. We warmly welcome Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your kind introduction, and thank you so much for inviting me for today workshop and development for the process and the progress for our beloved student and also early researchers. So I prepared my around 10-minute slide. Prof, can you allow me to share my slide?
Yes, Professor.
Okay.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for inviting me again, and it will be my pleasure to be with you today. And the topics that we are discussing today will be very much important for us to how we can prepare our research, how we can start and move slowly into the success of our research and publication, and of course other type of research. So today we'll be talking about briefly about the empirical and theoretical literature review, which will be very much important while we are starting any research topic for not only for the student and early researcher, but for all the researchers. We have to go for the this process and to make sure that we are doing well for it. So starting with the topic, like what is the literature review? The basic definition that it survey the scholarly resources and the materials that are relevant to the person research thesis or research problem, and also the particular issue or the theory. So in other way, it's also provide the critical analysis that summarize and sensitize the source of materials while also demonstrating how person's research pertain to the fit within the larger discipline of the study. So we need to know what are the issues, what are the problems from the updated research, from the most recent research, and then to understand what are the most important and the verified resources that we want to use in order to get the larger discipline of the study. And then after that, we can narrow down based on our study. So the why we are doing literature review, the purpose of the literature review is vary from the discipline to discipline, as well as also across the assignment that we are doing daily. Generally the good literature review designed to help to answer two questions. Number one is what we know about the particular issue or the theory or the subject, and what we don't know about it based on whatever we have from the literature review. Here also we are talking about the practitioner, the industry practitioner also, and the academic practitioner. Sometimes we feel there is some differences into understanding about the literature review. But we have to understand that we all continue and contribute to each other. So whatever mentioned in the industry, we have to find it also in the literature review to have the scientific research approval, and also to get a very much well and recognized citation for our research. And of course, searching the literature also, we can have other maybe speakers or other sessions about how to search from the reliable resources, not only anything we can find on the internet that we can use it into our research. We have to go for the very much reliable resources, and as we mentioned earlier. So the literature review, like the good literature review, we are evaluating the context of the scholarly material for its contribution and understanding for the research thesis being studied. Thesis or research or any kind of research work, we need to have a very much good literature review. Explain the relationship also between each of the work under the deliberation also will be very much important. We need to identify the gaps in the previous research. While you are reading the previous research, you will read their problem statement. You will read their issues from the background and the current situation. And also you will read their conclusion and recommendation and the future studies, and you can identify what are the gaps that they managed to fulfill and solve, and what are the gaps are still under investigating. Then your role is to come and try to continue and work on it. And if you are reading the word research, you have two syllabus here, that you are having the re and the search, meaning that it is a continuous process. By the re and search, all the time we are doing re and search. Of course, the good literature review also define the new ways of interpretation for the research within this discipline, and address the conflict found in the contradictory research previously conducted. We need to know that most of the research that we are reading after the pandemic, after the COVID-19 pandemic, was totally having differences between it, and also the research was done before the pandemic. A lot of changes, a lot of more discipline to be added, a lot of theories to be modified, and so on. And of course, while we are reading several research for the same topic, we can find that maybe the research conducted in China, the outcomes for that research was different from research done in the Middle East, or maybe in Europe or the USA or Australia. And then we need to know why we had those differences while we are studying the same topic. So it's very much important to be aggressively understanding those outcomes, those conclusions, and try to fix and try to understand why we have similar or why we have contradicting finding. And of course, identifying the need for the additional research. Usually we cannot finish all the topics, all the points in one research. Then whatever we manage to finish in that research, because of we want to solve to save the sources, the time and the money, then we need to explain to the next researchers who are coming and do research after us that those are the issues that we couldn't manage to continue in our study, or maybe a new issues happen after we finish our studies. Then we are recommending them to conduct another research based on our topic. And the type of the literature review, there are so many types of the literature review, and like one of them, the argumentative research review. This form examine the literature review, what you are selecting in order to support or refute an argument. Deeply embedded assumption or philosophical problem already established in the literature. So you are trying to have the argument with the literature happen before to make the assumption or to make the very much deep understanding for your research. And it is very much important if you are having the purpose to develop a body of the literature that establish and contain the point of view. You want to have your own point of view. Maybe in the early stage of research, you will not be that much able to perform this task very much well, but of course with more practices, with more research and literature review done, you will be very much able to work on it, and also to have your point of view and about the literature, and how you can check whether to agree, whether to disagree with the literature, and of course based on the other citation in the field. So it will be very much important to understand about this type of literature review also. The other type of literature review, the integrative review, will consider as a form of research that reviews, critique, and sympathize the representative literature on a topic, and integrated ways such as the new framework, the new perspectives, and the topics that are generated from time to time. So you want to double check that how you can enhance the framework, how you can add on, how you can maybe the difference happen in the theory, because you can find that the basic framework of the theory was different than the updated and upgraded theory. And like one of the examples, like maybe for in the technology of research, like the AUT, you can find that we have framework number 1, framework number 2, framework number 3, and why it was happened because the development of the integrative research review was supporting that this framework should be modified a bit to match with the timeline of the research. And the historical review, some of us, we are working in historical research where a few things rest in the isolation from the historical present, and the historical review also focus on examining the research without throughout a period of time. That, so for example, you want to study maybe the guidelines for the research happen maybe during the pandemic, maybe from 2020 until 22. So you can double check only those research was examined during this period. Starting with the first time of the issue or the concept or the theory have been established, and then you can trace the evolution of these within the scholarships of the discipline. Especially when you are talking about maybe the historical review of a theory, maybe if the theory was established in 1970, then you want to start from the 1970, and then you can go on throughout the years to check whether when was the need for the development of the theory, the development of the perspective or the framework. And we have the methodological review, as we mentioned. The review not only focus on what someone said, but how they said it, because it belongs to the methodology which we are using it very much heavily in our research. This approach also provides the framework and the understanding of the in different level to make sure that the theory, the in the field, the research approach, the data collection, the data techniques, how we are using those issues into validating our review to make sure that our research methodology chapter will be very much strong, and also following the procedures and the structure of the research methodology chapter, which is very much important in all type of research. And of course, this type of review enables researchers to draw the wide variety of the knowledge ranging from the conceptual level into the practical development of the document in the work field, and to have the ontological and historical consideration. Whether you are doing qualitative or quantitative, or you are having the integration of both, sampling and interviewing, the data collection, data analysis will help you a lot in highlighting many ethical issues, and we should be aware how to consider we go throughout our study. So we need to make sure that all our research process from the research design until the data analysis and conclusion will be very much well disciplined, and also following the process for the methodological review, how we can proceed with our research, how we can conduct our research. So it will be very much important to plan what we'll do next in chapter 4 and 5, or the discussion and the conclusion part. And we have also the systematic review. This form also consistent of the overview of the existing evidence that clearly formulated the research question, and also the pre-specific standardized method to identify the relevant research. Also to collect and report, analyze the data from the studies that included in the review, typically focus on a very much specific empirical question, and the cause and the effect form, such as like to what extent does A contribute to B. So the systematic review, we want to check double. We have a topic, we have maybe two variables, and we want to double check how was the systematic way into finding the relationship between both of them. So as we mentioned before, there are so many types of literature review that we might use one or more. Usually we use more than one in our research. We have a combination of different literature review in order to make sure that we are fulfilling all the requirement of research that we are discussing in our any type of research, whether it's a SSCI, whether it's a Scopus, whether it's a thesis, and so on. Even a report also for our university or government or company. Also, we have to follow the same similar structures into doing several type of reviews to cover all the aspect of this topic. And when you are talking about also the review, we have the empirical and the theoretical review. Those two main sections very much important to understand that we must do both empirical and theoretical review in any type of research, because we have several types of empirical review, such as the induction, the deduction, the testing, evaluating, and the observation. based on the type of our research, whether we are going for the quantitative, qualitative, or mixed methodology. We are doing observational research, or we have to evaluate maybe a type of product or a type of service, and so on. There are so much, as we mentioned, school of thought. So either one you can write first will be no worries about that. Based on the system, based on the school of thought that you are following in your university or research cluster or your country. We cannot say that there is something wrong or right. It is just only the practice. But the most important, we have the overall review needed for that research, specific for that research. And as we mentioned, the empirical review, the details for the definition and elaboration for the variable in this study must have from the previous researchers and from, of course, different countries. You are in China, you have to search a lot of research done before from various researchers all over the world, not only in China, to have the full image that maybe some kind of research was happened in another countries was not that much maybe mentioned in the Chinese literature, or maybe sometime even the topics or maybe the keyword that used was maybe in somehow different. So we need to understand about the empirical review worldwide. And of course, the maybe the definition, maybe the elaboration of those variables also maybe can vary from country to country or region to region also. So we have to establish a very much good and strong relationship among the variable, which will be very much important. Those relationships will be summarized after that into the empirical review table, which is very much important to have the empirical review table in your research, where you can summarize all your work for empirical review in the empirical review table. Usually we have the author, we have the title, the research problem, the theory, the methodology, and the expected outcomes, or the outcomes happened before. So this will be very much important for us in the chapter 2, and also in the when we are discussing the finding and the conclusion, to make sure that we are in line with whatever happened in the empirical review before that. Theoretical review, as we mentioned, that it is the purpose is to examine the theory itself, to what are the differences, what are the issues, what are the concepts that this theory and the phenomena of this theory are working with. The basic and the development of the theory also will be very much important to understand. The theory that exists there, but maybe there is some relationship that we have to work on it. The existing relationship we have to investigate, or maybe there is some kind of maybe new hypothesis that I want to test based on that theory. So you need to know that also the conceptual framework must be supported by the theoretical framework. So all the variable you mentioned in your conceptual framework must be supported by the theoretical review framework. So it will be very much important also to establish that relationship, and also the lack of the appropriate theories also, and the current theory will be inadequate to explain the new and the emerging research problem. Also, it will be very much important there to focus on both concepts in the theory for the theoretical and the empirical review, but the theoretical review must support the empirical review in order to have a very strong hypothesis and very strong analysis after that, and conclusion, supporting also by the previous researcher and also by the theory. So as mentioned before, I'm very much active into the review and editorial process. We had a lot of publication happen for the last year with Emerald, Routledge, and IGI Global, and also we have some other books coming soon also. I was focusing for the last year about the book publication and as an editor. And one of the books now we are working on it in the final stage about the navigating the AI and the metaverse in the scientific research, where here not that much I to market the books, but only to show you also when you are dealing with your research now, majority of the research going to the metaverse and the AI, going to the technology. As we mentioned in the early slide, that we are working on the whatever the differences between the pandemic, before the pandemic and after the pandemic. So we need to know that how we can also avoid the traditional way into conducting research and go furthermore to have the very much advanced research based on the post-pandemic research, where we are focusing more into the AI, the metaverse, the technological issues in our research. So you need to also to look for it if you are starting any new project that a lot of issues they are focusing on the technology and so on. So like you can see here, like for the metaverse and tourism, the big data analytics, the new strategy model, most of the project AI, robotic in medical tourism and so on, decoding the tourist behavior in digital era. So there is a lot of books that focusing on technologies, and also the publishers, they will be very much happy to accept your proposal, and that's how me and my colleagues also, we got a very much good impact from the publishers while we are focusing on into those kind of discipline of the research. So by this, I would like to thank you so much. Just always, I love to respect my time given to me, and of course, anytime you like to have any communication with me, any discussion, any collaboration, I am very much happy to have you on board. And thank you so much, dear organizers, for the great invitation. And it will be my honor to have always collaboration with you in the near future. Thank you so much, and back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. It is very nice having you, and we look forward to having
Thank you so much.
with you and further collaboration with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the next speaker. The next speaker is here, Dr. Gul. Dr. Gul is an associate professor of tourism management at Sinop University, Turkey. She holds a PhD in tourism management. Her expertise includes tourism management, women empowerment, sustainability, and cultural tourism. She serves as associate editor of the Journal of Tourismology and is on the editorial boards of several international journals, including Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, Journal of Family Business Management, and Employee Responsibilities, and Rights Journal, which is Springer Nature. She has published extensively with leading publishers such as Emerald, IGI Global, and Apple Academic Press. Dr. Gul has over 17 years of experience in tourism sector and has delivered 100 plus invited talks globally. Her ongoing research focuses on ecotourism, cultural tourism, and women's entrepreneurship. Without further ado, I would like to request Dr. Gul that she can proceed. The stage is yours, Dr. Gul.
Thank you so much to all. Today, I have a great pleasure to being with you. You know that, and also as the presenter said that, I have an experience on tourism industry. Since we know that tourism is based on sectoral experiences, so if you wish to more qualified researcher, you have to focus on sectoral relationship. So I am also the still tourism professional in tourism industry, since I am tour guides in my country, national guide, and also international guide. Secondly, I am researcher in my area, tourism and hospitality. But in my research, I am deeply focused on tourism professionals. So we have a close relation between academical institutions and also sectoral components. Today, I would like to mention about these components and these relationship. Research methodologies in tourism and hospitality, I am focusing today. Research in tourism and hospitality is mostly essential for understanding market trends, consumer behavior, and operational efficiencies, enabling stakeholders to make informed decisions that enhance service quality and strategic planning. My area mostly focus on um, other disciplines, for example, marketing, organizational behavior, and management areas. So, if we wish to understand deeply, we mostly focus on these topics. And we know that in generally, research methodologies in tourism and hospitality can be categorized into qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods, each of us offering a distinct approach to data collection and analysis that cater to various research objectives and questions. The decision making is so essential for tourism research. Firstly, it gives us strategic insights for growth. Many researchers provide critical insights into market dynamics, enabling organizations to align their strategies with consumer preferences and competitive landscape, thus fostering sustainable growth in tourism and hospitality sector. Secondly, it gives us operational efficiency enhancement. By utilizing research findings, business can identify inefficiencies and implement best practices, leading to improved service quality and resource allocation, which are vital for maintaining customer satisfaction. Um, Lastly, be informed risk management. Many research aids in identifying potential risks and uncertainties, allowing organizations to develop proactive strategies and contingency plans that enhance resilience and adaptability in a rapidly changing world. We know that tourism is a fast-changing industry since it is affected by many dimensions. For example, COVID-19 and pandemics has affected us deeply. We have a great crisis and we need to look and control this process with a great manner leadership and managerial abilities. So our research has been focused on these changes and trends. Firstly, we know that innovative technologies is deeply affected to all industries. It is inevitable to see the importance of innovative technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also data analysis in these areas is so essential, and enhancing predictive capabilities and improving customer insights significantly. Secondly, our researchers are increasingly focused on developing robust metrics and assess sustainability practices, enabling better evaluation of tourism environmental impact and guiding policy formulation for responsible tourism. I have a small rule for this issue. Responsible tourism is a great term in the tourism industry. We stress the tourist types of responsible tourism. It is different of sustainable tourism and mostly related with consumer behavior. And lastly, cultural sensitivity in research. We have a great emphasis on incorporating cultural sensitivity into research methodologies ensuring that many studies reflect diverse perspective and contribute to the more equitable tourism practices globally. Firstly, as I mentioned before, we are using qualitative research in tourism. If we wish to understand human experiences, and we named human tourists in the tourism research, we use qualitative methods. These research methods in tourism emphasize the importance of understanding the subjective experiences and cultural context of travelers with the numbers, and also with the some data, providing insights that inform destination marketing, service design, policymaking to enhance overall tourist satisfaction and engagement. For example, we are sampling a destination. Maybe this can be China. If we wish to understand tourist motivation and revisit intention, and maybe satisfaction of tourists who prefer China as a cultural tourism destination, we must use qualitative research in our papers. And we have other methods, and these are qualitative, composed of interviews, focus groups, and case studies. During these times, we trust to in-depth participants' insights. Interviews facilitate a comprehensive understanding of individuals' experiences, allowing researchers to capture nuanced perspectives that inform service improvements and enhance customer satisfaction in tourism and hospitality context. Secondly, we can create dynamic groups and we can discuss regarding our ideas. Focus groups leverage groups' interaction to uncover diverse opinions and collective sentiments, providing valuable insights into consumer preferences and trends that can shape marketing strategies and service offerings. The case studies offer a detailed examination of specific distances within the tourism sector, enabling researchers to identify best practices and lessons learned that can be applied to improve operational strategies, enhance sustainable efforts. We have some approaches and tools for the tourism research. Firstly, we have to understand deeply the importance of our contextual importance. Analyzing qualitative data requires a deep appreciation of cultural and contextual factors influencing stakeholder experiences, tourism trends, and which can significantly impact the interpretation of findings in tourism and hospitality research. Secondly, we can integrate multiple methods. If you wish to send top index journals, you have to use integration of different methods, qualitative, quantitative, and also between too much analysis in qualitative methods. Employing a combination of qualitative research analysis techniques such as thematic and narrative analysis can provide a more comprehensive understanding of a complex data, revealing richer insights into experiences of tourists and industry professionals. Researchers must engage in reflexivity, critically reflecting on their biases and perspective throughout the analysis process to ensure that the interpretations of qualitative data are valid and representative of the participants' true experiences. We have some case studies of qualitative research. Maybe many research are focused on customer experiences insights. We can see personalized service and emotional connections significantly enhance customer satisfaction according to the previous research. Studies emphasize the necessity for hotel staff training to foster these connections, for example, and ultimately leading to increased customer loyalty and positive brand perception in competitive markets. The second paper example focuses on employee engagement factors. Research highlights the critical roles of effective communication, professional development opportunities, and recognition in enhancing employee morale within the hospitality sector. Addressing these factors can lead to improved workplace culture, reduced turnover rates, and a more motivated workforce, benefiting overall service quality. Qualitative research in tourism employs statistical methods to analyze large data sets, enabling researchers to identify significant trends and correlations that inform strategic decisions, enhance marketing activities, and improve overall tourist experiences. We have some survey and we have some experiments. Effective survey design is critical for obtaining reliable data. It involves clear quiz question formulation, methods, and strategic distribution channel to ensure comprehensive and representative response from target audience. The validity of experiments hinges on proper control and treatment group design, participants, and careful manipulation of independent variables. Both surveys and experiments are utilized to inform strategic decisions in tourism and hospitality, such as improving customer satisfaction and optimizing marketing strategies and evaluating service delivery. And statistical analysis in tourism research employs various techniques such as correlation and regression to interpret complex data sets, allowing researchers to uncover relationship between variables like demographics, spending behavior, enhancing strategic decision making. Also, utilizing statistical models, researchers can forecast future tourism trends and behaviors, enabling stakeholders to proactively adapt their strategies to meet changing market demands and improved offering. And statistical analysis is crucial for assessing the economic and social impacts of tourism initiatives, providing evidence-based insights. And we have another case study demonstrating quantitative approach. This paper, quantitative analysis of visitor spending patterns in urban destination, reveals significant demographic variations, highlighting the need for tailored marketing strategies that cater to the distinct preferences for different age and income groups. The value of mixed methods in tourism research mostly related with comprehensive understanding of tourism. Mixed methods research facilitates a holistic exploration of tourism phenomena by integrating qualitative data, which provides measurable insights of qualitative narratives that capture that emotional and experimental dimensions of tourist behavior. And integrating qualitative and qualitative approach give us holistic research framework. The integration of these methods create a comprehensive research framework that capture both numerical data and human experiences, enhancing the depth of analysis in tourism studies. By combining qualitative insights with quantitative findings, researchers can achieve greater validity and reality. The integration encouraged this interdisciplinary approach, drawing from various fields such as sociology, psychology, which enrich the understanding of complex tourism. And future direction in research methodologies for tourism and hospitality may be related with interdisciplinary collaboration. They should prioritize collaboration across disciplines, integrated insights from fields like environmental science, socially to address complex tourism challenges and enhance the relevance of findings for policy and practice. Secondly, we have to integrate our research with technological integration. It is a must. Embracing advanced technologies such as EL and big data analytics will revolutionize data collection and analysis, enabling researchers to derive actionable insights and improve understanding of consumer behavior. And then finally, research methodologies must incorporate ethical consideration and participatory approach, ensuring that impacts of tourism on local communities and environment are truly examined and addressed in line with sustainable development goals. This is contribution of your paper, since you have to make an issue on ethical considerations also. Thank you so much for your listening me. I hope you can like my research area, tourism and hospitality. If you have a question and if you want to contact within a paper or other project, you can send email and you can connect on my social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, and other platform. Thank you so much again for your kind time and interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move towards the next speaker. The next speaker is Professor Adriana. She is an experienced professor with demonstrated history of working in academic, education, and professional training industry. She is skilled in financial and non-financial reporting and audit. As a PhD supervisor in accounting, her specific research interest is integrated thinking and reporting in hybrid organizations. She has collaborated with academic and other colleges globally as a part of her writing and her work as a visiting professor. She's a financial auditor, member of CFR, and a chartered accountant member, and has had an active role in the education committee and working parties of the two institutes. Professor Adriana has been appointed to the role of chair of the Common Content Project Steering Group in 2020 for an initial term of 2 years. She also had served in the Public Sector Committee of Accountancy Europe, previously as FEE, and on the International Public Sector Accounting Standard Board of IFAC. We welcome Professor Adriana. Professor Adriana, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So I am an accountant, but my main interest research is related with sustainability and digitalization. So please allow me to share my screen. Just a second. Okay. So what it is my intention for today is to discuss a bit about a paper, but from a methodological point of view. So my presentation is related with one of our published paper, and the name of this paper is Digital Sustainability Development Maturity Model for SMEs. So as a structure, as you are knowing very well, we are following the this model with an introduction, scope of motivation, then a literature review. Based on the literature review, we've created our theoretical framework. Then we are presenting the methodology, results, and the contribution, and in the end, the conclusion. So, how we establish our topic? First of all, we look in the literature, then we analyze which are the main debatable topics, especially in Europe, because I'm coming from Europe. And we saw high interest in the area of sustainability, digitalization, with a more specific focus on the SME, small and medium enterprises, especially in Europe. For what reason? As you are knowing very well, if we are discussing about SMEs, they represent the majority of companies. They are creating a lot of workplaces, so they represent a significant part of the economy, at least in terms of numbers. And especially in our today context, it is mandatory to try to contribute. Doesn't matter if your company is large or small, to contribute to a sustainable development of the economy in general. And how should we contribute better than using the technologies which are here with us in each moment of our life? So for this reason, our interest it was in this area to see how exactly we might help SMEs to become more sustainable and using the digital tools. So our intention it was to merge digitalization with sustainable development to create something useful for SMEs. So for this reason, our intention it was to create a maturity model which might allow SMEs to measure their progress to a digital sustainable development. So we started with the review of the literature, and as our title mentioned, there are two dimensions. So we started to analyze the literature related to sustainability, sustainable development, ESG and SDGs. Then we continue with digital technologies, their role in at the company level, at the society level. Then we analyze how these two different concepts are merging and which is exactly the relation between digitalization and sustainability. And in the end, we conclude with the fact that the literature mentioned the fact that digitalization is considered as being an efficient tool to support sustainable environmental, social, and economic development. So, in the second part of our literature review, we consider useful to analyze how exactly maturity models are built up, which are the steps, the dimensions, how the tool might be used. So we develop a small part of our literature review on this area to analyze the maturity models which are used to assess digital and sustainability of a company. So in the end, our theoretical framework was built on based on these three elements: sustainability, digitalization, and SMEs, with the intention to create a new tool. For this, we enter in the methodology area. So in this case, we use a qualitative approach in 2 steps with the aim to find answers to our research question: how digital sustainable development maturity might be measured in companies, especially in SMEs. So our methodology includes 2 steps. First one is a literature review. So we analyzed Web of Science database using the following keywords: maturity model and sustainability or digital or sustainable development as topics. The first sample, it was quite significant, 376 papers. Then we started to analyze, first of all, the title, the abstract, And in the end, our final sample include 42 papers. Then we use both your tool to see the connection between the main topics developed in these papers. As you can see here in this slide, there is a significant connection between SMEs and digital transformation, and of course, sustainability in the end. And there are some maturity models, but they're measuring either digitalization, either sustainability. And in the end, we started to build our maturity model following this 5-step procedure. Going further, we are presenting which are the most used, most cited models which are measuring digitalization, then which are the models which are measuring the sustainability. And we pay attention at the last part of these papers where there are mentioned further developments. And based on these further developments, we developed our model 6 dimensions. As you can see here, we include circular economy, green and digital products and services, then sovereignty in the digital realm and greening technologies, innovation excellence, digital upskills and reskillings, energy self-sufficiency and supply chain resilience. We developed our model. So for each dimension, we develop sub-dimensions, and each sub-dimension is measured using a Likert scale from 1 to 5. To test our model, we perform a focus group with practitioners and also with colleagues from academia. And based on them extremely valuable feedback, we adjusted our model to respond better to the real life requirements. And we are concluding our paper with some conclusions, limits, and further developments. Actually, we are highlighting in this area which we consider as being our contributions to the literature and also to the practice. And then we are presenting limits and further developments. So this was our paper, and as I mentioned you, now I will present the process. So we started to prepare to collect the data in January 2022 till July 2023. We finalize our paper. Then we've tried to find a journal, and in our case, we were extremely lucky to find a special issue. Somehow in our area, as you can see here, the topic was related with SMEs performance in Eastern European countries, access to finance, innovation, and trade. So we started to prepare our paper for submission. We analyzing the journal, we discovered some papers debating our topic, so we were more than happy to find this special issue. Then we submitted, respecting, of course, the deadline. And in April, we received a first review. There were 2 major reviews with a lot of requirements. We started to solve them, and then we submitted our review paper in July. In September, we received another round of review, but in this case, it was minor. So we were on the right way. And finally, some days ago, we received the acceptance. How we selected the journal according with our national requirements. So the journal is in core economics. It is a prestigious publisher. The journal is included in Web of Science, and then you can see here them scientometric index. And of course, extremely important for us, it was no publication fee. So in the end, it was a success. We've used a qualitative approach. We follow the steps and we build up the paper as you saw in my previous slides. So it was a success story, and my main purpose for this presentation is to encourage you. We can publish also using qualitative approach. And as you can see here, the process, it wasn't quite so long. There were just 2.5 years. And of course, in the end, we are more than happy with our paper. So take it as an encouragement. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you consider useful my presentation. And if you want, here is my email address, and I'm available for questions, or if you want my slides. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Professor. Thank you very much for your valuable time and what a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed with the next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Monica. She's a full professor and doctoral supervisor in the field of finance at the Faculty of Economic Sciences and Business Administration, Romania. With over 24 years of experience in academia, she has published as author and co-author over 150 scientific articles and 25 books. Her most recent reference work is the Book of Economic and Financial Crime, Corruption, Shadow Economy and Money Laundering, published in co-authored by international publishing house Springer. In 2020, she obtained the Award of Excellence in Scientific Research, Faculty, Romania. And she leads a big grant titled Intelligent Analysis and Prediction in the Economic and Financial Crime in the Cyber-Dominated and Interconnected Business World. So without further ado, I invite Professor Monica. Professor Monica, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let me share you the presentation, please. Okay. Okay. Hello again. And good afternoon for you in China, and good morning from Cluj-Napoca, Romania, in the heart of Transylvania. Thank you so much to the host for inviting me in this prestigious conference, and to be here as invited keynote speaker with a topic, very hot topic for us as researchers. Today, I prepare to say several things about academic writings and publishing. As a background, I am professor at Babeș-Bolyai University Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. I am associate editor for several journals like Journal of Applied Economics, Journal of Risk Finance, Review of Accounting and Finance, Digital Finance, and I would like to announce a new journal, Sustainable Finance, which is launching now and was approved to be indexed by Emerald. I'm also a guest editor for different journals among Risk, PhD supervisor in the field of finance, and I've tried to achieve several achievements in my career, which are
Lai start pe Zoom. Vei pe niște delte da și vei pe
are presented here. And
slide tele foarte
I was
de
also
sana tele del tos
the
na
leader of a major project in financial crime that was financed by Romanian minister.
Suke sanga.
Yes. Regarding my publications, they are especially in the area of financial crime. Among my indexed article, I have also published several books at Springer's, as you can see here, as author, but also as editors. The most recent one is Economic and Financial Crime Sustainability and Good Governance, and Financial Crime in Romania, a Community Pulse Survey, which were published last year as editor. Regarding some tips for researchers, this is a short outline, a short presentation of the outline of paper should include abstract, introduction, literature review, methodology, result and discussion, and conclusions. How about the research idea we have to put before everything? How to get exposed to research topics? How to get the hot research idea that make us that provide us the possibility to the opportunity to publish in a very high-ranking journal. Participate in many research seminars and workshops. Discuss with economic and business fellows. Read broad surveys article. Read reputable newspaper like Financial Times. How to get research ideas? Question the question and dare to be silly. Often ideas come randomly, and always write down even silly ideas. I think it is very good to put the pen on the file and put every silly ideas down, and they could be bright to take us on the top of the journal. Regarding the abstract, most journals allow 100 to 150 words. So we should obey this limit now. The main function of the abstract is to communicate the one central and novel contribution which you just figure out. You should not mention other literature in the abstract. Also, like everything else, the abstract must be as concrete as possible. Say what you find, not what you're looking for. Here, don't write data are analyzed, theorems are proved, discussion is made. So write the abstract after you have written the report in order to be as clear as possible. Regarding introduction, this is a hot topic for every researcher, and also it's a hot topic for any reviewer and any editor, because from the abstract and the introduction, actually everything is set. We have to understand anything just looking at introduction and abstract and introduction. So it means the introduction should include the major contribution. You must explain the contribution so that people can understand it. Don't just state your conclusion. My results show that the pecking order theory is rejected. So the general motivation and theoretical motivation behind the result are very important, not to say only in a regression of X on Y controlling for Z, the coefficient is Q. Explain the mechanism or the theory behind the functioning of the main stated hypothesis. The first sentence from the introduction is the hardest. Do not start with the philosophy. Financial economists have long wondered if markets are efficient. Do not start with the financial literature has long been interested in X, because our paper, your paper must be interesting on its own and not just because lots of other people waste space on this subject. So this is very important to not insist on the literature review in the introduction, but rather to insist on the results and the theory behind the result, the motivation behind the results. Regarding introduction, I like an issue that already that actually I saw on a presentation of one of my colleagues regarding comparison with the dragon, like a fairy tale, right? So the dragons fight with the kite. Okay, so we present in our paper that the dragon fights with the kites. Okay, but in the introduction, from the introduction, we need to find which is the end of this fight. Who was the winner and which are the policy implications of this result. So everything we should find in the introduction. Regarding the general body of the paper, your task now is to get to the central result as fast as possible. Most papers, unfortunately, do the opposite. They have a long motivation, a long literature review, a big complex model, then they get ignored, descriptive statistic, preliminary results, and finally, in the table 12, the main results are presented. However, everyone from us, we were all asleep. So here is the rule. There should be nothing before the main result that a reader does not need to know in order to understand the main results. So the main results should be in the focus of our presentation. Regarding literature review, first of all, what is a literature review? A selection and an analysis of the existing research relevant to a given topic. Literature review should demonstrate the ability of the author to critically analyze the background research, how to select the proper source of information to develop a working context, and literature review should have the final and to identify gaps in the analyzed literature. Regarding literature review, my previous speaker, Dr. Almad, already made a very nice presentation. So I was very careful about this. Why literature review is needed? To develop a context of scientific contribution, to link your novel ideas to other contributions, to convince other people that your scientific contribution is valuable, to justify novel finding of policies supported by your work. It is very important to have this type of approach from larger to very small. So first of all, we have to start with a broad of issues and then become more specific. First, explain broad issues related with your work. You should demonstrate that you are aware regarding the breadth of the project of the subject. Then go deeply in our topic and study that overlaps with your research. So narrows the focus to papers overlapping with your research. Finally, concentrate on the research closely related with your topic. And for sure, proportionally, you have to spend more time discussing these last papers. Regarding how to conduct a literature review, there are different types: systematic literature review, bibliometric literature review, as my previous speaker already presented. Generally, a group similar of works should be conducted. Classify identified papers from the literature according to some criteria. Compare and contrast approaches within the same class and between different classes. Position your contribution within a class identified previously and be careful and exact when dismissing related work in comparison with your contribution. Here we have to be very careful because if we think that result, we discover a new result and nobody did in the past, we have to be very careful when we say, to our knowledge, no paper was identified regarding this topic, because it's very vulnerable statement, and it is with a very less probability that nobody in this world to check about this topic and to not find any kind of result in this topic. And this could be a very important point to reject the paper, because it is very less probable that nobody in this world analyze kind of topic. So we have to be careful when we make this type of statements. We have to concentrate on the most 5 recent seed papers. So to giving the reader's attention, the most 5 recent publications in this field, in order to demonstrate that your topic is also very current, and the topic is also on the trend. The research relevant should be relevant for community. For which community this research should be relevant? Regarding methodology, I not say many things about this, but I only want to highlight the fact that some of the reviewers' problem with the paper is not because there was a problem with you did, but because of how you describe what you did. So the methodology should be very, very well describe it, and also everything you done in the paper. Regarding the results, here there are some keywords that I consider interesting to say. Start with the main result. Do not do warm-up exercise, extensive data description, especially of well-known data sets, preliminary estimates, replication of other work. Do not motivate the specification that work with all your failures. If any of this is really important, it can come afterwards or in appendix. So we have to be as clear as possible to put in the center our main results. You will likely resist this advice. If you can follow it, at least do not put anything before the main results that the reader does not need to know in order to understand the main results. So follow the main results then with graphs, table that give intuition, showing how the main result is a robust feature of compelling styles facts in the data. And at the end, explain the results. Nothing brings clarity to a text more than a clarifying sentence following the techniques. So do not put only the technical results down. It is important to be associated with explanation in order for everyone to understand, and to not be mandatory to have a very hard skills in that topic. So the manner of explanation should be finally light in order to everyone to understand what you did in that paper. Regarding the discussion, discuss your results in relation to the literature. You should find at least one paper that found at least one result like you. So it is less probable to nobody find something related with your result. You should find something that is related with your results, and to put how your results are related to the literature. why the results are important and which are their limits. Generally, discussions is often longer than introduction. The introduction should be often longer than introduction. Regarding discussion, start directly summarizing answer to aims in the first paragraph. So in this case, if there are some hypotheses stated previously, this part of discussion should state if they were or not validated. So discuss where they were not validated, and if they were not validated, why they were not validated. Which is the main contribution to the knowledge in relation to the literature that you already relate your results. Regarding the conclusions should be short and sweet. Do not restate all of your findings. One statement in the abstract, one in the introduction, and once more in the body of the text should be enough. You can include a short paragraph or two acknowledging the limitation and the field for further studies. Suggest the implication beyond the results in the paper. Keep it short. Don't write your grant application here outlining all of your plans for future research. And don't speculate this. The reader wants to know your facts, not your opinions. So this was several things from my point of view, and anytime when I start to write a paper, I check this, and anytime when I work with the students, I started with this presentation for them to understand how to write a paper. Thank you so much for your attention. Here is my address, email, and my link you may find on Google at a simple type. Thank you so much. Question, please.
Thank you, Professor, for such an insightful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now the last presenter for this session. Professor Wong would be joining us as an observer. So the last presenter for the speaker for today's session is Professor Ankleta. Thank you very much, Professor Ankleta, for being here at such an early hour. It's 4 a.m. at her time, and she is waiting anxiously and patiently. Thank you very much for that, Professor. So Professor Ankleta holds a PhD in economic sciences with a focus on finance and serves as an assistant professor. With extensive international experience, she has been a visiting professor at universities worldwide and featured speaker at various academic events. She is an accomplished academic with a strong publication record, having worked as an editor, reviewer, and an author for prestigious academic journals. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Ankleta. Thank you very much, Professor Ankleta.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you, yes.
Just a moment, I'm going to share my slides. I hope you can see my slide. Thank you so much for inviting me. Really, I'm very honored and very grateful to be here. As my time is limited, I'm going to talk quickly. So I am Enkelida Lulay, Professor of Finance and Accounting at the University Hacı Kosovo. Today I am going to talk more about effective research, paper writing tips, overcoming common challenges. And as you can see in this slide, I'm going to say something for preparing the manuscript, introduction, literature, organizing the data, title, abstract, conclusion, results, and discussion, and so on. This is my short biography. And what next, dear participants? Please keep in mind that when you're writing your manuscript for the first time, ignore the grammatical rules cited in this document. Write quickly and come back later to correct. When you start to write, do not stop to edit. Concentrate on writing. Try a pen instead of text editor, word processor. Typing can be slower because of the tendency to correct spelling mistake and grammar while composing text. So please keep in mind that collect your thoughts and structure your paper with mind maps. And what next? So as you can see as well in this slide, that what about something organize the data? So data is everything, or ensure consistency or analyze trends. So data is everything, organize it to be clear and to be concise. Before organizing the data, list that were made, decide what is important, and arrange the ideas in a logical order. During this step, check for consistency. Is it complete and coherent? Calculate the uncertainties. When the data set is complete to your satisfaction, you must be critical and decide what is appropriate to report and what is unnecessary. And what about something to the title, abstract, or introduction, and mastering the literature review? So as you can see, this title, always please remember your reader. Always remember your reader. And what about something to the title? Example for purpose of the title, golden rules for titles, or what it matters. So try to catch up the reader's attention with the title. It represents the subject, the objectives, and even the results. Limit to 12 or less than 100 characters. Shorter is better. Avoid observation. Expect for chemical symbols. And what about something for abstract? So the abstract is arguably the most important part of paper or manuscript. Like the title, a short abstract is better. Summarize the major contributions, such as the reader appreciate the significance of the work without reading entire document. When the paper is nearly to complete and at the end to reflect the finished manuscript, organizing the writing, the abstract brings clarity. And what about something to introduction? So the introduction should lay groundwork for why the paper is worth reading and describe where the work fits. So dear participants, please keep in mind that introduction delimit the scope of the paper. General introduction allow readers to appreciate the importance of the subject. The first couple of paragraphs may include the historical content or mention the economic incentive or the scientific interest in other fields. Example, the problem can be described with possible solution proposed by others. A critical review of the literature follows, and the novelty of the work comes next and include the main objectives. Please keep in mind what Joseph Pulitzer had to say about rating. So put it before them briefly, so they will read it clearly, so they will appreciate it picturesquely, and so they will remember it, and above all, accurately, so they will be guided by its light. And what something related to a literature review, reviewing the literature is continued activity, mention the major contribution, any controversy as well, and what is left to be done in the section. A critical review requires a couple of sentences for each reference to describe the silent features of the previous work and its limitation. When several articles touch on the same subject in a similar manner, then can be references simulated as many as 20 or more references are sufficient. And what about something to the experimental methods and results discussion? So I am going to say some tips as well, considering what Politzer said that experimental methods and the material section must be stated concisely, clearly, and accurately, so that all the others may replicate the results, include only professional images that demonstrate the experimental apparatus, include schematic diagrams, and describe major pieces of equipment individually, as well as the experimental sequences chronologically. And as well, it's important that to describe sampling procedure, if any, use tables to summarize the experimental conditions, state the invariant factors in the body or in the caption to keep tables manageable. And what about something that related to results and discussion? As you can see in this slide, that summarize data, interpret results, incorporate and highlight differences. So this section constitutes the bulk of your paper. It's substantially what you say in the abstract and conclusion, summarize the data in graphs and table, and discuss the obvious trends in the body of the text. Interpret data, include literature references to incorporate your results. If the results are inconsistent with literature, highlight the differences, explain all your results, and be critical, please. And what about something to the, as I mentioned before, and as you can see in this slide, for figures and caption, it's important for all of us that figure can be the most important part of the paper. Procedure, clear and high quality figures along with thorough captions. Avoid extensive numbers of figures and allow the reader to digest figures' main points without reading the text. And what about something, as you can see, some example from how to make figures in our manuscript. And what about the conclusion? What did I just read? So please keep in mind these 3 tips based on my experience as well. People often read the conclusion directly after the abstract, do not repeat the abstract. In fact, some journals skip the conclusion section. Avoid reciting the problem and the context of the work, but highlighting the most significant findings. Consider mentioning the limitation of the paper or issues that remain. Address the implication of the work in a context relevant to other systems, scale up and application as well. And what about something, just a moment. Writing and rewriting, playing the peer review game. Please keep in mind that as well these 4 tips included in this slide. So the first of all, extensive fine-tuning, right? Science, as Ernest Hemingway wrote his literature. Scientifics are storytellers too as well. So can you identify the beginning, middle, and end? What is the take-home message? Or be aware of each word forming a sentence, each sentence forming a paragraph, each paragraph forming a section. And what about to edit, read, and as well edit, read. What is important to know as tips for this? So consider the manuscript from a different perspective between each edit read cycle. Example, read in a different location, read it as an interest and smart non-expert. Patience will reduce time with reviewers and editors and will enhance the paper's readability and impact. And what about solistic friendly? Reviewer comments from colleagues and be sure co-authors have read the manuscript. Ask readers to comment on the style of the manuscript as well as the substance. And it's important that writing rules can be selectively broken without sacrificing clarity, but it's important to know and respect the rules, so to understand when they are usually broken. And some tips as well to be honestly deal with mistake. Acknowledge mistake honestly, be thankful for feedback, and don't justify a flawed paper, prioritize quality. And what is important to know more about this point? So there are times when the reviewer or the author identify a significant problem mistake during the review process. Mistakes are embarrassing, but they are far more embarrassing if published. So be thankful the mistake was found during a review. If the basic for the paper is undermined by a mistake, then do not try to justify publishing. There are maybe another path towards a publishable story. Or avoid publishing an incomplete or half-baked story. Readers will be reticent to read your next paper. So, and it's important as well, quality over quantity is the ideal. And what about finally for this presentation? So, and finally, please, dear participants, do not give up if you believe in your project, in your work, in your paper, in your ideas. So, as you can see that reviewers are generally not as knowledgeable on the subject of the manuscript as the author, and you will see these four main tips, and I'm going to say quickly for this that is important for all of us. Reviewers are generally not as knowledgeable on the subject of the manuscript as the author, or some influential papers that break new scientific ground may be rejected merely because reviewers do not appreciate the results. Or it's important for us be patient and persistent. Nonetheless, reviewer comments are almost always usual, even if they are wrong. Some critical or wrong reviewer comments results from poor writing that leads to reviewer misunderstanding and reviewer frustration. Rethinking your writing, it's important as well. Let comments, especially negative or harsh comments, a poorly written rebuttal can lead to needless and sometimes emotional correspondence with editor and reviewer. So thank you so much. It was a great pleasure to be here. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. And please keep in mind that as quote, what we learn with pleasure, we never forget. Thank you once again. It was a great pleasure. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for such a wonderful presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, everyone offline and online, I would like to thank you for coming up over here. This is the end of the second session. I'm very much thankful to the speakers for taking out special time from their busy schedule, and they deliver such an insightful presentations. So now would be the lunch break, and after the lunch break, it's going to be the presentation session. The presentation session is going to be in room 412. We'll message in the group. So whoever wants to join in the presentation group at 2 p.m. They're more than welcome to join, and we'll love you to join the presentation session up there. Thank you very much. And now we're going to have a photo session, everyone. Please, just like in the lobby. Yeah, just in the lobby, everyone, you're requested to join us for the photo session.
Screen sharing.
Yes, Professor.
So whenever you're ready, just give me a green signal. I will start. Okay.
Yes, Professor.
So shall I start?
Yes, Professor, can we wait just 1 minute more, 1 or 2 minutes more?
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
Maybe international I guess so. But I don't mind. I thought you was right now is US. I might be world scholar, not international. No. Many don't want to.
Okay, Professor, with your permission, we'd like to start.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Professor, can I introduce you first?
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third session and the final session, the presentation session of today's International Research Seminar and Paper Development Workshop. So now we are very much thankful and proud to present in front of you Professor Dr. Mohammad Kabir Hassan. He's a professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Finance at the University of New Orleans. He has 624 journal articles and book chapters, including 312 SSCI index articles. He has served as a senior Fulbright scholar from 2022 to 2024. Professor Mohammad Kabir Hassan serves as the associate editor or chief editor for several prestigious SSCI index journals, including Research in Finance and Economics. Global Finance Journal, International Review of Economics and Finance, the International Journal of Business Economics, Journal of Economics and Economic Development, Journal of Financial Reporting and Analysis, Journal of International Economics and Finance, and Journal of Sustainable Finance and Investment. Professor Dr. Mohammad Kabir has a wonderful profile. He has a very rich profile. So I invite Professor Mohammad Kabir for his talk. Professor, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. So good night. It's midnight in New Orleans, Louisiana. I live in the southern, one of the southern states in the United States of America. So thank you for inviting me to share my experience and thought on the publication process for aspiring authors and both junior and senior. So usually the publishing market is very big and definitely is going bigger every day. For the first time since 2018, I think in terms of journal submission citation, China now tops the list. Now, there are so many journals in the market, thousands, hundreds, and every day and every other week, probably 1 or 2 new journals are coming to the market. But in the good journals, the acceptance rates typically are between 5 to 10%, and average time is 20 to 30% in most journals. Now, what happens without review? Acceptance is around 50%, after review 45%, after revision around 5%. But this is what is happening in terms of acceptance rate in the top journals. For example, if you take the top 2 journals, Journal of Finance and Journal of Financial Economics, is roughly around 5%, 15.4%. Journal of Financial JFQA is 8%. These are the top 3 journals. There are also Journal of Financial Studies, Review, RFS, Review of Financial Studies, Review of Finance. Now, how does a manuscript travel? So if you're an author, you definitely submit the manuscript to a journal of your choosing, and it comes to the chief editor or one of the co-editors. And even before it comes to the editor, what happens, the journal editorial office usually check the basic requirement, whether it is in the right size, whether in the right font, the similarity index, a number of stats with this AI, and it is becoming very common, comes to the editor. And if it meets the basic requirements, say editor then assign reviewers. And so sometime you'll see if you submit a paper, this paper is sent back to you because you have not fulfilled one of the requirements of the journal. But after you meet all the requirements and the editor thinks that it is good to go, that means it is a paper which has a merit. Usually the journal that I edit, there is a 70% desk rejection because it does not really meet the quality standard of the journal that I edit. Then once it reached the stage, I assign reviewers, and of course I wait for the reviewer comments, assess comment, make a decision. It is rare that your paper is accepted after the first review, but if you're one of the lucky, then you get an acceptance letter. But in most cases, what happens, it doesn't. The reference comments come in, and we send the paper back to the paper writer, and we ask them to revise. If they revise the manuscript, submit the manuscript again it grounds to the same system, and ultimately we make a decision. But if it doesn't meet the basic requirement, then either reject it there, or we send it back to the author to make further changes. Now, peer review is not always a bad thing. It's a positive process. Usually the experts in your field give you advice on how to improve your study and your manuscript. It ensures only relevant studies are published, and peer review helps to advance the field. Now, the question is, everybody's mind, why papers are rejected? So there are some general reasons. Issue is not important. The paper is not original. It is not appropriate for the journal that you submitted to. Data in many cases old and now irrelevant. And from my personal experience, I see because my journal is not really top journal, so it's somewhere in the middle. So I see a paper probably has been rejected many times in other journals, and they send it to me. In many cases, the paper, because you are not supposed to submit the same paper in two journals simultaneously, so you have to wait. By the time it comes to me, the data is 3 or 4 years old, and now progress relevant. So nowadays, it's very rare. I mean, if you submit a paper, unless it really addresses substantial question, anything that relates to COVID. There was like 2 years ago, the papers everywhere you see a COVID-related paper, but nowadays you see the number of COVID-related papers are going down. There are practical difficulties, there are doubtful results. There is also the conflict of interest. Conflict of interest can come in a different ways. There is maybe a review manipulation. The author and the reviewers know each other. So it is happening a lot. There are 3 reasons a paper can be rejected. One is, of course, the plagiarism. The second one is data manipulation, which is become very common. And the third one is review manipulation. And of course, the ethical issues that I mentioned that falls under these 3 categories: plagiarism, data manipulation, and review manipulation. There are also the scientific reason why the paper is rejected. It is very unclear hypothesis, and they are very poor or weak research design. The sample is too small or sample is biased, and the statistical tools are inappropriate or misapplied. You apply the wrong tools or wrong methodology to wrong data. The conclusions are not really justified based on the results you receive, and references are outdated. Sometimes I see a 20-page paper, 5-page references. So that really says probably there is nothing to say in this field, and the field is oversaturated. So you have to be very careful what references that you use. Now, also, it depends on the presentation style. The paper is poorly organized, it is badly written, it's careless errors, terrible tables, needless figures, outdated or improperly cited references. Nowadays, with the ChatGPT and AI, I get, and you probably have noticed, if you're a regular publisher, you publish paper, there is a checkbox that you have to say that you have not used AI to generate this article. Or if you do use AI to help you writing the article, improving your grammar English, you have to mention it. So AI or ChatGPT or some sort of, this publication, Grammarly, for example, is helpful to improve your paper. But if you allow this AI to write a paper, which you can really write a paper in 5 minutes, really, if you do from the ChatGPT or you have the right, subscription. And nowadays, as an editor, we have to be mindful about this practice. And it is happening a lot, and mostly it is happening, I would say that from all over the world, not from the developed part of the world. So we have to be very careful about not to use AI to write a paper for you. Now, tables are not really organized in a way. So the best thing I do, usually if I submit a paper, let's say to journal ABC, I go to the journal, I see a few published papers in the most recent, the publication outlet, most recently published, and I see how the paper is formatted, how the tables are formatted. And these are some of the things you're supposed to learn while as a PhD student. So, but make sure that you do not have terrible tables, needless figures. There are nowadays, the finance researcher, borrow techniques from physics or physical sciences. There are a lot of figures, trying to connect with connectedness, this high frequency data analysis. And you have to be careful. That research is not bad, but it is becoming so prevalent because software is available. If you have the data, you run the software with the data and you get all the figures. Sometimes you do not know where the financial economics or what you are trying to say. So you have to be careful to not to put too many figures into the picture. And also each journal, has a page budget. So one figure is equivalent to a certain number of words, and the journal publisher is very mindful of that. Now, with the reference, you submit a paper, the reference, the most recent reference is 5 years old, that sends a, red signal to the referee or to the editor, and usually in this case, if the paper that's rejected. Now, writing is a gift. I always say, I myself is not a native born speaker of English. I was born in Bangladesh. I came to the United States many years ago, but still I consider, English as not my mother tongue. So it is really important that you develop a writing skill, and comes with practice. Now, you establish a flow of research that will get you into specific journals. So let's say you want to publish in JF, you have to keep reading papers from JF, try to understand the spirit of the writing, how the papers are written for these top journals, whatever research they want to publish. So find a journal that will accept the kind of research you want to do. Scheme your target journals for the past 5 years. You have research question, methodologies, you look at this. Get current information of the target journal, editorial board members, what interests the editors, the writing style, the rejection rate, and review time, and all this information fortunately are given on the journal website. Know whether the journal has national or international focus, and you write for the journal, approach different types of journal for different articles. So you do not send a qualitative paper to a highly quantitative type of journal, and vice versa. You develop these things with time, and you learn from your mistake as well. I did myself as well. Now, before you submit a paper, you get help from others, you pass it around. So we have a tendency, depending on the culture you come from, mostly from Asia and Africa, we do not want to show our work to somebody. It seems, we are afraid that somebody might steal your idea. No, it is very difficult to steal your ideas nowadays. So what happens? So you need to really have a second or third opinion from your friends, from your research cluster. So you do pass it around, get comments from potential referees. Sometimes I write a paper, I send a few of the references that I put in my paper just to get an idea, because there may be a chance that these people will be your potential referees. So if you are familiar with the work, we are human, psychology plays a role, and it gets a positive response. You want to get the comments from your co-authors, be you 3 among or 4 of you have written a paper, you circulate among yourselves and keep, revising until it gets a shape that you can send to a journal. And be ready to seek criticism from your colleagues, positive criticism, constructive. You always have, and that is your supervisor of a PhD thesis is a mentor, and try to get the advice from a mentor or few professors that you have worked very closely during your PhD work, and that they are your mentors. They will always like a guide to you and will help you to get published. And sometimes we have a tendency to write a paper, we just send it to a journal. Don't do that. You put it away for a while until you are absolutely sure the journal is ready to be submitted to a journal. Now, polish your paper, revise for accuracy, brevity, clarity, and grace. You vary sentence structure and paragraph lengths. You make transitions between paragraphs. You put sentence in logical sequence, choose the right word, avoid weak verbs and connectives, and always write in active voice. Avoid passive voice and prune empty phrases and words. Do not use flowery languages. Use a scientific standard written English. So you have to polish your paper before you submit to a journal. Now, It is advisable, you can present a paper at a conference before submission, but not, required that you do that. So you prepare a final manuscript, always follow precisely the manuscript preparation instruction or guidelines for the specific journal. Do not exceed the page limits or word limits. Either in the abstract, you'll find sometime the journal will not, the portal will not go to the next step until you have the abstract in the correct number of words and so on. But even before you go to the stage, you read the guideline to the authors for the journal, and the guideline will tell you how many words you can have in an abstract. You have a cover letter, make it extremely brief. You send, carefully follow submission guidelines. Now, there will be a process. Now, the time it takes varies. You know, from my own experience, I had a paper published in a very good journal within 1 month because the paper was sent and the editor took an interest and sent to the reviewers, and reviewers responded on time. And also I have a paper that took 11 years. It's not because, you know, when I submitted a paper, it's a very good journal, and the system changed, the journal changed, the publisher, and it just was making rounds, and finally it got accepted. Now, nowadays I see with young scholars, they have a tendency to publish and become famous very quickly. I think that tendency is not right. Sometimes it is also driven by the culture. You know, some countries give you incentive to publish in good journal, and that really drives many people to publish in very quickly. I think that is a very wrong way of doing research. And nowadays, the journals are taking a note of this thing, and because of this, you know, the incentive mechanism that works, and that leads to sometimes unethical behavior. And I would advise the young scholar not to do this. Now, in the United States, I'll give you an idea what you need to publish. You need to publish only one article in ABDC B-level journal. And if you do that, you are a good scholar. So we'll look more into what is your research all about, not just the number. We look at the quality. By that quality, yes, it could be good quality paper, but what it is contributing to the literature, what is contributing to the society, those questions are becoming more and more important. And many journals are now member of DORA. DORA is basically looking at how your research is helping move the society, solving a problem. You know, unlike the STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, in the social science, you know, our research methodology, you're dealing with people. But this time you're dealing with materials, you know, you don't have to deal with like the policy perspective and so on. So that type of questions are very important, and important to me as an editor of 3 journals that I edit. Phase 2, send manuscript to at least 3 to 5 reviewers and notify the author that the submission is in review. Sometimes you will see a paper you have submitted to a journal and it is sitting with the editor. Well, it could mean 2 things, that yes, the editor sent to its referees and waiting for the required number of referees to accept it. So once it is accepted, then it shows under review. So do not think that a paper I submitted 3 months ago still with the editor, that means the editor has not acted on it. The editor probably has acted on it, but is not finding the number of referees that is required to move the article forward. Reviewers are selected for diversity in critical and theoretical perspectives, their gender, nationality, methods, and methodology. Not hardback from the journal, let's say for 4 months. You can send a polite email to the editor and ask when the feedback will be received. Phase 3, the editor's decision may be accept the manuscript as it is. It never happens. It's extremely rare. And you probably heard all the anecdotal stories about the very well-cited papers in the finance area. For example, this Black-Scholes option pricing model in 1970s, it was sent to a journal and it was rejected. Then one of the top-notch scholar took an interest and wrote to the editor to give a second look, and finally it went to the referee process. and it got accepted. And that paper itself has revolutionized the field in finance. All the derivatives market are really owe its existence to this basic and theoretical understanding how the option pricing model works, how it can be implemented in the real world. Now, the second, they accept spending completion of the specific revision that is more likely than the most thing that you can hope. First, it was not just rejected. Second, that most hope you can do, it is under review. And third, you get a revise and resubmit. Once you get a revise and resubmit, you are in the game. So that means you have overcome 50% threshold that your paper eventually will see the light. And the reject is part, your publishing life. I got a rejection even yesterday. So, with let's say 10% rejection rate, so at any point in time, you need to have a 10 papers in the pipeline if you expect to have one paper accepted in each year. Now, the question is what to do when the decision is accept pending revision. You get it, you are lucky, make each and every change in the manuscript as detailed in the editor's letter to you, explain how you address those revision in a cover letter that accompanies the submission. Once done, return your revised manuscript to the editor. This step is very important. Nowadays, many journals will ask you to send two versions of a revised manuscript. One is annotated, that means where the revisions are made, either with color or with some description, and the other one is the clean version. And a response to the editor. So many cases for me, because this is not the only thing I do in life, so I look at your response to the referees very carefully and look at the version that you send where you made the corrections or revision. Then from there, I either if it is a round two cases, if I see that you have addressed the satisfactorily all of the reference comments, I accept the paper. Or if I think that it should go another round, I do that with a minor acceptance. Now, what to do when the decision is revised and resubmit? You pay special attention to the editor's letter and the reviewer's comments while revising. Same reviewers might review, that is the standard. Usually, when you see R0, R1, that means with the original set of referees, we send 90% cases they accept to re-review the paper, and 10% cases they don't. In that case, we have to find another referee, but with the note to the new referee that, hey, this is a second round revision, so you have to look at that way. You may look at what the first round reference comments were. You accompany submission the cover letter again explaining how you address those issues. If you choose not to make every change, explain why in your letter to the editor. It doesn't mean that you have to address each and every comment, because some of the comments may not be reasonable or may not really go with what the paper is all about. It happens a lot. It happens with my own papers, but you have to be very gentle and say politely and forcefully that why you are not addressing that comment. And do not sit on your paper for indefinite period of time. So if it is a major revision, usually give 6 months or to 9 months, but try to get it done like within 3 months time period. If it's a minor revision, you should really send it back within a month. Now, what to do when decision reject? Face it. Nobel Prize award rejected. Rejection is not personal. Read carefully all the paperwork that you receive from the rejecting journal. Identify why rejected. It could be general reason, scientific or presentation style. You don't give up. Revise addressing all the issues and resubmit to a different journal. So I have been in the academia for 35 years. And before that, I was PhD student. So you can say that I have been in academia 40 years. So I have been involved with writing papers, doing research, and so on. So I have never really trashed any of my paper, even if it get rejected from one journal. What I do, I go back to the table, I look at the reference comments, and I try to improve, revise the paper, or if the data related, we try to collect new data. If it is writing, I try to improve the writing. If it is a storyline, I try to improve story. And eventually it gets accepted in a journal. Now the review process, always remember journal need papers almost as much as authors need journals, and editors want their journals to be read and their papers to be cited. You know, with this citation Q1, Q2, that is becoming very important from the university standpoint where you work, and incentive standpoint, how many points you get in your annual evaluation. So it's easier to get letters and briefs accepted, and many journals have started very quick fast track process, but it has to be a certain word limit like 3,000 word and so on. Like I can give you two example, economics letters, it has to be 2,500 word. There's a finance research letters, is a finance area, they have altogether 4,000 words. There are some journals also have a fast tracking. So even Journal of Finance has fast tracking, but you have to pay a very high submission fee if you think that you have a very, very new idea, you have done it very nicely and correctly, and you're the first one to do it. And if you want to start a research stream, you better take this opportunity. Do not be shy if you think your paper might qualify. Now, there are some crimes that we try to do. We have the duplicate publication and not telling, but nowadays is you get caught eventually. And it happened even with me too. You know, you work with co-authors, and sometimes the co-authors submit a paper with your knowledge, then you submit the same paper to another journal, and there is a similarity, and the system can track that this paper has a high level of similarities. So that creates a, embarrassment, let me put it this way. And not that, because so you have to have a very close working relationship with the co-authors nowadays. It is very common to work with authors. You're sitting in one country, you are working with another co-authors because you have found probably in LinkedIn or some other social media, and you're trying to combine your strength together to write a paper. So, but that communication has to be very important. I emphasize it is very important. Otherwise, you make mistake, submit a paper without the knowledge of the other co-authors. Salami slicing and not telling, you are, doing the same paper and slice into 3 different papers and sending to different. So you probably get a publication, but you do not really get the satisfaction that you do, and it is not advisable. Now, some people, do a media coverage prior to publication. It depends on you. It depends on where you are from. It doesn't hurt. But if the paper is accepted, even the journal tells you, you try to circulate within your network so that it gets noticed, people read it, and so on. The web publication, you can go with the SSRN. So you read a paper. So you sometime, who wrote the paper first? It becomes a big issue. Paper got accepted. Somebody will say that, okay, you took my paper, you published it before. So in order to avoid this, maybe it is helpful if you publish your paper in SSRN so people know really the paper existed before anybody else. So publication ethics, it has to be original and unpublished. And actually you have to, there is a box, you have to mark it that it is original and unpublished. It is not submitted to other journals, and it is unacceptable to submit the same paper to different journal. You have a proper citation. Citation has to be really, you're using that in your paper to develop your paper. You have to get all the permission, and there is a box that you have to check that you have used materials for which you have taken permission from other sources. You authors have to agree on the paper of the journal. If you're co-authors, everybody agrees that you want to send it to this journal. If you have a funding source, you have to declare it, and you have to declare there is no conflict of interest. So you have gotten paper to do research, but you got this money to do research in order to prove something or to have commercial product and so on. So those type of things are more common in STEM research, where you have to tell that I have not taken money from this company to do research that helps them. because then you start with a biased view of your research. Finally, getting published, preferred in prestigious journals, is also a product of luck. Hitting an interesting and timely topic, getting an impartial and interested referee who is willing to spend the time necessary to help get your paper into publishable form. But you know, you do not publish for the sake of publishing. After a while, you will get tired and will ask yourself, why I'm publishing? What is the purpose? Why am I spending so much valuable time, writing all these papers, which probably not cited, not read. And I was looking at my own papers too. And I find, some of the papers I have written read by 4 or 5 people. Some of this reason is that I'm not very good in advertising my work, but nowadays the younger generation is very good. They advertise the social media, so their paper is seen by many people. But you have to have an objective. You have to have a mission. You have to have a purpose why you want to publish. So with that, good luck. So I want to mention that this presentation is based on many years of personal experience with supervising PhD students and publishing referred academic journals. And I've used materials freely from various public domain sources, and I acknowledge such authors and institutions. I have also benefited from knowledge and wisdom of my friends, colleagues, and co-authors. And thank you very much for listening to me. And I am ready to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such a thorough, wonderful, great, and insightful presentation. That's an honor having you. We look forward for further collaboration with you. And if there is a chance you come to China and you visit Wuhan, we would love to welcome you.
Thank you. I haven't been to China lately. It's definitely yes, I accept your invitation.
Yeah.
I'll look for you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for being with us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the session with the presentations, with the first presentation being from Mr. Ishtiaq. Mr. Ishtiaq Hussain is a PhD candidate specializing in finance at the School of Economics, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. His research interests focus on corporate sustainability, financial innovation, and financial institution performance, with an emphasis on the financial health of firms. Ishtiaq is particularly aiming to provide insights into sustainable financial practices and contribute to policy recommendations in both academia and industry. So, Mr. Ishtiaq, you can come up here.
Everyone, I'm Mohammed Ismail, and I'm from Bangladesh. At the very beginning, I would like to At the beginning, I would like to thank our honorable professor for giving us time at this late night from New Orleans. And I welcome all of you to my presentation. And my topic is CSR, which is corporate social responsibility and financial innovation as drivers of resilient bank performance, evidence from Bangladesh using GMM and DID models. So in this topic, you can see I'm focusing on corporate social responsibility expenditure. And another term is financial innovation, which is already all of you know, it's a growing term, and I think many authors are focusing on this term in different names, like the fintech or financial technology, financial innovation, or sustainable finance. There are so many names of these things. And another thing is resilient bank performance. Resilient means the adoption of shock. When there is a shock or there is a policy shock in the economy, how banks actually perform in these shocks, or how banks actually react how the banks has absorbed these shocks. So these things I'm trying to focus on. And well, just let's not stop and look at that. We should continue. At the very beginning, I'll be starting with the with introduction and brief introduction and motivation of what which actually motivated me to focus on this thing. And secondly, I will be focusing on the literature review part, and I will explain the literature gap in this thing. And then we proceed towards the methodology part in data analysis and data descriptions. And finally, we conclude with the policy recommendation, policy implication recommendation. And from this picture, as you can see, Bangladesh is a South Asian country, and I think that we got independent in 1971. But why it is important? Because Bangladesh, it is an inspiring story in the world of growth and development. And we have Bangladesh promoted to middle income country in 2015, and we had a target to become an upper middle income country by 2031. And one problem I want to mention that in 2022, 11 banks faced a collective shortfall of US dollar $3.1 billion money. And the banking industry in the country is currently undergoing intense instability due to the massive accumulation of non-performing loans and continues to face tight liquidity conditions. There are many reasons behind this thing, and this is the problem that our banking sector is going through. But one thing I want to mention in the beginning that this problem has nothing to do with the policy shock. I am going to mention next time in the presentation, because when we are trying to identify the problem and we are going back, which are the things that are actually impacting this thing. And for daily analysis, we need the policy shock. So I consider the policy. I will be explaining later on. And you can see that the problem statement, there is actually limited research focused on this topic. And what motivated me, the banking sector is facing some challenges. Yeah, and there's some long-term challenges we're facing towards the financial resilience and global economic uncertainties. And the objective of this research, you can read from here, and that is the investigate the impact of CSR and fintech financial innovation on bank performance. And the research question we are focusing on here is to what extent actually CSR expenditure and financial innovation influence bank performance and financial resilience in the banking sector. In the literature, actually, what is happening? More and more literature is focusing on bank profitability, capital adequacy, this thing. And for the measurement of bank profitability, literatures are focusing on return on asset, return on equity, and net interest margin, these things. But nowadays, a few literatures they are focusing on CSR expenditure. And there are some other parts of CSR, but in this study we are focusing on CSR expenditure because literatures are focusing on CSR expenditure. And second, our independent variable is financial innovation, because as we all know that digital banking, digital finance, mobile banking especially, these things are growing in our country. So we consider in this study financial innovation as our second independent variable. And the impact of these two things on bank performance, and for measurement of bank performance, we are considering return on equity. We are not taking the return on asset or some other things. And in this study, we are focusing on the two models, which one is GMM and another one is dependent indifferences. Why we are focusing on two models? Because the reason is GMM, it actually focuses on the dynamic relation between the variables, and it identifies the endogeneity problem between the variables or what is happening in the indicators. And difference in difference, it is also applied because there was a policy made by the Central Bank of Bangladesh, and how did this policy impacted the performance of the bank. So we are in this study, we are actually looking at this study from multiple focus base, how we are trying to look at the endogeneity problem and the policy shock, both things. And here you can see, I have already explained, our dependent variable will be the return on equity, and we have the independent variable, and we are controlling at the same time earnings per share, capital of the banks, and the non-performing loans, which is actually which we call the risk part. And this is our conceptual framework. And this is the important thing for this presentation, that is the economic and econometric model. And the first thing you can see how our ROE in time, but maybe the banks are I and time speed, and how the independent variables and the coefficient. But in GMM model, you can see the lag 1 ROE IP minus 1, which represents the endogeneity part, and ROE lag 2, which represents if there is any serial correlation among the variables. And the DID model, for post peak, it is the binary variable. For we put 1 for 2017 and beyond, and for before 2017, we given 0. And for treatment part, we have given the Central Bank of Bangladesh. They make the sustainability ratings. According to that sustainability ratings, we are treating private banks, 15 private banks, and we are controlling state-owned banks and Islamic banks. So our private banks are our treatment group, and our state-owned banks and Islamic banks are our control group. And from the PSM, you can see the X is the covariates of all the covariates and our treatment group, and the propensity score matching. We are actually matching the scores how it is actually working. And these are the actual data analysis part on the numbers. And the thing is, here this is the policy which our central bank made in 2017. And here you can read the what is the policy about. And this is the DID regression analysis part. Actually, from these things we can understand that from GMM analysis, our CSR expenditure was statistically insignificant, because these things happened because previously some studies they thought that CSR is the main factor which is impacting the bank performance. But later on we find out that CSR is not the only factor which is actually impacting, and there is another reason, and the main reason is CSR has the insignificant impact in the short term. It might have a significant impact in the long term. This is depending on, because in this study we are considering 22 banks and the data from 2012 to 2021. This might happen due to this reason also. The shortage of data, because there is always the shortage of data in our country. But in between we try to compute the data. Due to the data limitations, it might happen that the CSR has statistical insignificant impact. And another thing, an important thing is that financial innovation is negative but insignificant. And it actually represents there are some inefficiencies of implementing the financial innovation in the country, because our country is large population, and a large part of our population people, they are not adequate to use the digital banking or the digital finance. They cannot use the digital part. Only the adult people can use, but the aged people or who are not actually familiar with this thing, they are not using. So according to our data and this study, this part is negative and insignificant. And our EPS and our capital earning per share capital, it was positive and statistically significant, and risk was significant at 1%. But when we tried this analysis in differences, that we found that the 2017 policy shock had a significant positive effect on ROE, because private commercial banks, they have taken this policy very seriously and they implemented it for their bank performance. And capital and risk, capital is a crucial driver for performance, and financial technology did not significantly impact the bank performance, but risk, which was measured by non-performing loans, it does not have a significant impact on bank performance, suggesting that policy shock did not have a direct relationship with change in risk, change in the non-performing loans among the banks in this study. What are the actual key insights from this study? The key insight is CSR as a driver of performance driver. CSR expenditure were found to be insignificant. It may be worthwhile to discuss the nuances of CSR's potential in long-term effects. And in terms of financial innovation, I already mentioned that there are some inefficiencies of this implication, and capital dominance, since capital is a key driver, so the respective impacts of performance are resilient. And about the policy shock, a deeper dive into the specific regulatory policy that leads to this shock could involve examining whether it has a direct regulatory intervention or a broader economic shift that followed the policy effect of affected the bank performance. So this study has some policy implications for bank managers and also for the policymakers also, that they should prioritize strengthening their capital base to enhance financial resilience and improve overall performance. And for policymakers, they should evaluate the efficiency of financial innovations to avoid unnecessary disruptions in bank performance. And the conclusion and contribution part, we're almost in the last part of this presentation. And the thing is CSR and financial innovation, which was the main drivers of this study. The role of CSR expenditure was positive, but fintech financial innovation was negative due to some inefficiencies. And the policy 2017 shock significantly boosted the performance of private banks, but it did not boost the performance of the state-owned or the Islamic banks. And the contribution is, for the first time, we are actually implementing both GMF and DID in the same study. And this study actually leaves some the role of macroeconomic shocks and some country level indicators that might affect the performance of the banks. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ishtiaq, for such a detailed presentation. So let's invite the next presenter. Next presenter is Mr. Beck. Mr. Beck is a PhD candidate in administrative management at the College of Public Administration, HUST. He previously holds a Master's of Public Administration and a Master's of Education Management and Leadership. He's a lecturer in the School of Business and Management at the University of Juba, South Sudan. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Beck.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. As we are waiting for the setup to happen, my name is Beck Dorjantol. I come from South Sudan, and I'm doing a PhD program in administrative management, College of Public Administration. I stand up so that you see me. Yes. And for all those who are online, my topic is on leadership and organization. My topic is on leadership and organization. As we are still waiting, I give introduction, and you can just give it to us from me. You know, in an organization, most of the School of Business or School of Management are dealing with the private sector. We are dealing with the public sector. And always private sector talk about innovation. What about us in public sector? Don't we need innovation? Of course we need innovation. And what kind of innovation do we want? Again, if we need innovation, what kind of leadership that can steer or drive up that innovation among the employees in the public sectors? I have taken out of this topic a topic of interest, because employees in the public sector need to be innovative as well in order to provide the services that are needed by the people. So delivery of the services need efficient and effective way of doing it. And that's what has given me an interest of taking that part. In the leadership, there are different types of leadership. what kind of leadership that can bring up the innovation. I've taken one type of leadership called inclusive leadership. And inclusive leadership means is a type of leadership whereby a leader has 3 characteristics. The leader is available, is open, and accessible. This is briefly about the introduction, and I will not go about it to save time, but we will see it here. All right, this was the summary I have given. That inclusive leadership as a fundamental factor. It can enhance organization performance and promoting innovative behavior, especially within the public sector. Most of the related studies, they emphasize the mechanism of psychological safety and organization culture, focusing on SDT, which is self-determination theory, dimensions of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. The 3 things we have taken from it, as a moderator, as a mediation, and then leader-member exchange as a moderator. We examine the effect and mechanism of inclusive leadership on the civil servant innovative behavior in South Sudan. The survey was 370 respondents from various ministries, and we analyzed them using a structural equation modeling. The finding indicates that there is a direct, inclusive, positive relationship between inclusive leadership and innovative behavior, and also there is a mediated relationship with the 3: autonomy, competence, and relatedness, as well as a high quality relationship between employees and the leaders was also moderated by leader-member exchange. There were, this study expanded theory on leadership, on showing how inclusive leadership can work in constrained public sector setting and increase the employees' public innovation behavior. It also offers some practical guidance for policymakers and human resource management for practice to support the civil servant. Now, the background I want to give here, as I said before, many researches which were done, they were on different types of leadership. For example, transactional, transformational, servant leadership, and their impact on innovation. I came up with a different thing to do on inclusive leadership. These studies, they focus on collaboration, psychological safety, adaptability, employees' voice, engagement, and organizational culture. And most of these studies, they were using theories like social exchange theory, set, social identity theory, social cognitive theory, division theory, or expectance value theory. These are some of theories which were added by those studies. And much of the studies were relying on the qualitative part. And again, studies were carried out in the private sector. And this gives us a question. What about the public sector? And therefore, there is limited research on how public sector leaders can steer innovation, especially in bureaucratic, constrained, and diverse cultural settings, like the case of Latin America or Africa. The specific pathway through which inclusive leadership also promote innovation was unexplored. Now the question is, why have we selected South Sudan? Simply because South Sudan is the youngest country in the world. It got independent in 2011, 13 years only. And when it came on, it is facing challenges of nation building. Where to start, how to move forward. And then there are different ethnic groups in South Sudan. Scarcity of resources, political instability, socio-economic, and so on. There were no much research on leadership style and its impact on innovation. This is what has prompted to do this research in order to help build this institution. Therefore, it is opportunity to positively influence and guide the innovation in the public sector. This is briefly about the conceptual model. All the variables were taken from a well-constructed theories, and I will explain it here in the next slide. There are only 3 objectives. Objective number 1 is to find whether the inclusive leadership influences innovative behavior. That is objective number 1. Objective number 2 is to find out whether inclusive leadership through autonomy, competence, and relatedness can mediate the relationship with innovative behavior. And whether LNX leader-member exchange can moderate this relationship. This is the first and the second objective. The third objective and the last is to give evidence, to give a scientific evidence about inclusive leadership in a non-Western country like South Sudan. And the research methodology, we have used quantitative methodology. The participants were drawn from various ministries in South Sudan, particularly those which are based in Juba. Juba is the capital of South Sudan. People who were approached were the top, middle, and the lower level at the public sector organizations. They were invited to participate. Data were collected in 3 phases. And within this, 413 were sent, questionnaires were distributed, and they collected back. Out of 413, only 370 were valid for further analysis because 43 were incomplete. So we removed them, and the response was 90%. The survey questionnaire was administered in 2 ways, in person and online. And the respondents majority were male, and their age were from 31 to 40, with about 5 to 10 years of experience in the public service, and the majority had bachelor degree. This is briefly about them. Ethical considerations were considered, and the analysis were done in 2 ways. One, we use SPSS, and we use smart PLS. SPSS was used because to see the data, to explore the data, the descriptive part, to check if there are missing values and so on, the outliers, and understand the sample. Issues of reliability, validity, and so on were using SPSS. The other part, inferential statistics, which were done using smart PLS. Here, the variables were measured. This is how we measure the variable. Inclusive leadership with a 9 item taken from those studies, innovative behavior, and then all of them there as they are highlighted. We conducted Herman single first factor. And when we do this analysis, it shows about 73% of the total variance. And the first factor was 37%, which is below the 50% threshold. After that, we were qualified to do confirmatory factor analysis. And we did confirmatory factor analysis, and it yielded 5 models. Model number 1, which is the model number 5, the full model, show a good model fit with all the indices which are there. This is the explanation of the model fit and how they are supported and what we have done to reach to that level. And then again, we did the descriptive statistics. And in the descriptive statistics, as you can see, variable mean standard deviation and the other variable from 1 to 10, these are the variable here. inclusive leadership, innovative behavior up to the end. And if you look in the here, you'll find where there are two asterisks. This means the relationship, the correlation between them. And there were also positive correlation among the variables, except the control variable from age, gender, education, experience. They did not show any correlation with the variables. Now, this is the explanation I've given right now. Then we move to structural equation modeling, and we use bootstrapping techniques with 5,000 samples. And here are the results. This is the result of regression analysis. And inclusive leadership, as you can see, is being shown it has a positive effect with all the variables, which means that our hypothesis 1 up to the end are satisfied by this because of these stars that you can see asterisk. Thank you. And then in terms of moderation, LMX is also shown to moderate the relationship. And also look at the interaction term between inclusive leadership and LMX, leader member exchange, with autonomy, with competence, relatedness, and innovative behavior. They are all showing significant and positive impact. This is the explanation of what I have just explained now. And in terms of mediation, definitely autonomy, competence, and relatedness are shown to mediate the relationship between inclusive leadership and innovative behavior through better. And then the confidence interval of 95%, as you can see in the bracket. And this is proving our mediation hypothesis is also supported. And with regard to the last, which is moderated mediation, we have found that leader member exchange positively moderate the mediated relationship positively. As you can see, inclusive leadership and from the first leader member exchange, inclusive leadership, autonomy to innovative behavior, it always shows the significant positive relationship at higher level. So the higher the relationship between the leadership and the employees, the higher the performance of the employees. So the relationship are at best at the high level of this inclusive leadership. As you can see, all of you, all the relationship given by these factors. And this is the explanation I have given to you. Now, finally, this is the final output. This is the final output. Inclusive leadership positively affect innovative behavior, and also in terms of mediation, and in terms of moderation, and in terms of moderated mediation. They are also shown. This is what is called indirect effect, conditional indirect effect of the moderator on the innovative behavior. Now, this is the interaction term. We can also read from the same, as I have explained, the interaction term when inclusive leadership is low and when it is high is also being shown at each level between autonomy, competence, relatedness, and innovative behavior. Now, in discussion about this is that it is proven that inclusive leadership significantly and positively impact innovative behavior and impact the mediating variables. Second, autonomy was found to be the strongest mediator in the pathway between inclusive leadership and innovative behavior, followed by competence and relatedness. Leader-member exchange significantly moderate the relationship between inclusive leadership and mediators, and between mediators and the innovative behavior. Now, the point we have to take is the indirect effect, the conditional indirect effect of inclusive leadership on innovative behavior are stronger at the higher level of LMX. So whenever there is a high level, when I talk about LMX, leader member exchange, it means the relationship between the leader and the employee in the organizations. So the conditional direct effect is effective at the higher level. And this tells us that the importance of quality leadership relationship. But when the quality of relationship between the leader and employees is low, innovation also goes down low. And that is low elements, the indirect effects are weak, indicating that leadership impact innovation when the leader member exchange is also weak. There will be no innovation in that part. Now, the contribution of this study is that the study was carried out in a third world country, in a developing country, non-Western country, South Sudan in Africa. And it has proven to be effective. Inclusive leadership was examined in the socio-political context of South Sudan. And therefore, the theoretical implication here is that we have integrated the self-determination theory, leader-member exchange theory, and leadership theories in order to test our hypothesis. It also shows that leadership operates through the basic psychological need. If we want the organization to move on, they should make sure that the basic psychological needs of the people are satisfied. And these three basic psychological needs are three. One is autonomy, which means that organizations should make sure employees are given the freedom to do their own work. They are given freedom to do their own decision. Two, they are developed, given the necessary knowledge and skills. And number three, relatedness, meaning that employees and organization are allowed to interact and feel that they are part of the institution. They belong, they are connected with one another. So if we do that, our study has proven that organizations perform better when the employees' basic psychological needs are satisfied. And this gives us that understanding. The practical implication is that public sector leaders, our study has 4 recommendations. 2, the public sector leaders themselves, they should adopt inclusive leadership. That is the better one for innovation in the public sector. And then we have also given recommendation to the human resource management and professionals. We have also given to organizations as well as to the employees themselves to make sure that this focus on autonomy, competence, relatedness increase the employees' engagement and creativity. Implement the building of HR policies to support collaboration and empowerment and provide leadership training for openness and accessibility. The limitation of this research, the study was conducted in South Sudan, public sector. Therefore, finding cannot be generalized to different contexts, but a similar context can learn from South Sudan. The data, the study relied on self-reported data, and therefore it may be subjected to some bias by the respondent. Control variable, age, gender, education, and work experience did not show any correlation. Further studies should take this, why they were not showing that. And finally, future research could examine additional moderating variable apart from the leader-member exchange that we have used, particularly if they have used the longitudinal design. In conclusion, inclusive leadership, as I have mentioned before, is a type of leadership which is open, is available, and is accessible. Should it be, it is shown it has positive impact on innovation directly and through the 3 mediators. Leader-member exchange was also shown that it strengthened this relationship, stressing that the relationship should be based on a trust in the organization. Finding provide a framework for promoting innovation in resource constraint. So if there are countries with a similar situation of South Sudan, they can learn from that. And this one worked best. And finally, recommendations are given for leadership practice and future research avenues are provided. With this view, I have taken a letter from the school, introductory letter, and then I wrote a cover letter to the ministry to allow me to collect data, and I was given the approval to collect data. So that's what I have alluded to earlier, that ethical considerations were also considered. And with this, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beck, for such a detailed and thorough presentation. Okay, let's move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is of Ms. Asma Tariq. Ms. Asma, are you available online?
Yes, please. Go ahead. I am available.
Ms. Asma Tariq is doing PhD from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and her major is educational psychology. I warmly invite Ms. Asma. Ms. Asma, I would request you to retain the presentation within 10 minutes.
Okay.
So you can play the slide, share the slides from your side. Stop sharing. Okay. Yes.
Is this okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay. But please make it within 10 minutes.
Okay, sure. Okay, this is my brief introduction that my name is Asma Tariq and I am pursuing PhD in educational psychology from the host university, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Wait for a moment. This is the title for my paper, Applying the Self-Determination Theory to Understand the Impact of Social Media Usage on the Students' Restlessness, a Systematic Literature Review. The focus of this literature review was the use of self-determination theory to explore the impact of social media usage on the students' restlessness and their well-being. This review studies to analyze the whether social media supports the autonomy, competencies, and the relatedness, the three needs of students' academic. Finding highlights both positive and the negative effects, emphasizing the importance of healthy digital habits for the young adults. So moving forward, we have to know that what is the social media usage for this particular study. Social media usage has become an integral part of the daily life, shaping the way we communicate, interact, and access information. Popular platforms like Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and WhatsApp dominate daily interactions. The impact of social media and its usage influence the extent across various aspects of the society, from the personal relationships towards the professional networks. So the students spend an average time or more about 3 to 4 hours daily on the social media for their different purposes, academic purposes as well, and the leisure activities as well. So the studies highlighted that the 80% students are using the social media for different purposes. So what social media usage provide to the students? They provide the access to global information, they provide the collaborations and the social networking, and they plan the different platforms for the self-expressions and for the learning activities. And there is a growing concerns about its impact on the students' mental health and the academic well-being. One of the specific area of concern is the increasing level of the restlessness among the students. So the second variable, the student's restlessness, that means a state of unease or inability to focus, often caused by the over stimulation. The restlessness among the student has become a growing concern in today's fast-paced and the competitive world. What causes the student's restlessness? The academic pressure, the technological distractions, the fear of missing out, and the pressure to maintain an online persona. The consequences students face for the continuous restlessness is the reduced academic performance, increased stress and anxiety, and the difficulty balancing the digital life and the personal well-being. So, the understanding the causes, effects, and the strategies to address these restlessness is essential for promoting a healthier learning environment and to have a boost in academic performance. So the particular objective for this study was to investigate the role of social media in influencing the students' psychological well-being and their concerns to their restlessness. Using the lens of self-determination theory, the study focused on whether social media usage satisfies or hinders the three core psychological needs of the students. That the three tiers are autonomy, competencies, and the relatedness. So self-determination theory is developed by the Desai and Ryan, and this theory is a psychological framework that highlights three fundamental human needs essential for the personal growth, intrinsic motivation, and the well-being. SDT posits that human motivation is driven by the fulfilling three intrinsic needs: autonomy, competencies, and the relatedness. What is the autonomy in this particular context? The autonomy refers to how platforms allows users to express themselves freely, make independent decisions, and customize their digital experiences, choosing what to share, whom to interact with, and how to curate their online presence. The competency need refers to the need to feel capable of, effective, and if confident in one's abilities and actions. This is called the competencies. The use of social media supports the student in skills development by offering the access to vast amount of information, online learning resources, and the tools for collaboration. For example, the platform like using the YouTube, LinkedIn, or the educational forums helps in building the academic skills, problem-solving abilities, and professional competencies. These skills make the students feel more confident and comfortable in student surrounding. The third need is relatedness, the need to feel connected to others and maintain the meaningful relationships. Social media facilitates connections by enabling the students to interact with peers, friends, and mentors, regardless of physical distances. For example, participating in group chats, joining the online communities, or engaging with like-minded individuals can fulfill the need for relatedness. These are some empirical studies that shows the use of different studies, the SDT theory. The methodology was used as a systematic literature review. To answer the proposed question, a comprehensive systematic review approach was used for this study. After a comprehensive review, 35 studies were selected that were published after 2010, particularly those employed the self-determination theory as a theoretical framework and exploring the link between the social media and psychological well-being were reviewed carefully. Out of these 35 peer-reviewed studies, 13 were qualitative, 13 were distributed quantitative, and the 9 were mixed method studies. In these studies, both positive and negative effects on the users were identified. The focus of this analysis were young adults, particularly the college students. The quality assessment and the clarity of the research aims appropriateness of the methodology and the research question was also considered in this research. Thematic synthesis of the data to identify the overarching themes like patterns and connections among the studies, facilitating a comprehensive understanding of the impact of social media on the students. Restlessness was also considered. The key findings of these studies were based on three tiers of the SDT. The study combined the findings of both qualitative and quantitative research to find the common patterns in how social media affects the the student's mental state. For example, the autonomy. Social media can both empower and limits the student's independence. For example, it can give them a sense of control, but also restrict their freedom. The competency, the impact on student self-confidence varies depending on how they use social media. Active participation can help, but passive use. The social media can help students feel connected to others, but only if they are active, engaging. Passive use may increase the feelings of loneliness. Theoretical implications. Our study expands the application of self-determination theory in understanding digital socialization, highlighting how need, fulfillment, and thoughtness contribute to the varied psychological contributions. The practical implications for this study: educators, parents, and the policymakers must develop the interventions and guidelines to help students navigate social media, fostering the autonomy and competencies while mitigating the negative impacts on well-being. So there are some limitations. Methodological diversity and the rapid evolution of social media platforms underscores the need for ongoing research to keep pace with technological changes. The study indicated supports that social media has a dual effect. It can have both positive and negative impacts on the psychological well-being, and depending on how they engage with it. And they have some implications for the policymakers. These are some references. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asma.
Thank you.
For the next presenter, Mr. Haseeb. Do we have Mr. Haseeb? Do we have Mr. Haseebullah from the online session?
He's not, I think he's not in his name.
Okay, so we move to the next presenter, Mr. Mohammad Hasnan. Mr. Mohammad Hasnan, are you available? Mr. Mohammad Hasnan. Okay, so we are moving towards the next presenter. Our next presenter is Ms. Wayne Mallard. So Ms. Wayne Mallard is a PhD scholar at the School of Education at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Wuhan, China. She graduated with her master's degree in education from Yangon University of Education, Myanmar. She worked as a teacher and planning officer in the Department of Basic Education, Ministry of Education, and Myanmar School of Education. So I warmly welcome Ms. Wayne Mallard. Yeah. You can take this one. This one. Okay. You can use this also for the next one. Okay, so let me just take 10 minutes. Okay, that's fine.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vimala. I'm from School of Education, HUST. Now, I would like to present my research paper, The Impact of Organizational and Individual Factors on Teacher Retention, a qualitative study in public basic education schools in Myanmar. This is the content of my presentation. Background of the study. Teachers are the important stakeholders, and the attrition of qualified teachers is a significant issue, particularly every nation faces. In high-income nations, many teachers either quit their job or move to another schools, according to these researchers. And the percentage of primary school teachers leaving their job worldwide parallel from 4.6% to 9% between 2015 and 2023, according to the UNESCO 2023. The teacher retention rates have significantly increased in Myanmar public education sector over the years. This is the statement of the problem. Aiming for universal access to high quality education by 2030, Sustainable Development Goal 4 requires the hiring of 44 million more primary and secondary teachers worldwide. Teacher shortage impact both developed and developing nations, according to the UNESCO 2023. And Myanmar National Education Strategy Plan 2021-2030, the targeted outcome for basic education teacher requirement is to improve teacher recruitment and to improve teacher vacancy by 80%. And the average national teacher to pupil ratio for secondary schools in Myanmar is 1:37, which is among the highest in Southeast Asia, according to this research. These are the teacher retention rate of basic education teachers in Myanmar. Over the years, teacher retention rates significantly reduced in Myanmar basic education sector. This is the main objective of my research. According to the objectives, the research question is developed. The main objective is to explore the impact of organizational and individual factors on teacher retention in public basic education schools in Myanmar. These are study foundations. These study foundations are two-factor theory of satisfaction, Harvard 1966, and self-determination theory, Gandhi and Desi 2000 and 2005, and social cognitive theory, Federer 1977. Yeah. Harvard two factors theory asks that job satisfaction is the result of interplay of intrinsic and extrinsic variables. Self-determination theories focus on individuals' intrinsic motivation, autonomy, and psychological needs as a driver of behavior. And social cognitive theory defines self-efficacy as a predictor of human motivation. According to these literatures, organizational factors are compensation and working conditions. Individual factors are socio-demographic characteristics, self-efficacy, job satisfaction, and intrinsic motivation. Contextual factors are geographic isolation and socio-economic challenges. This qualitative study, I use the qualitative phenomenological study to explore the life experience of basic education teachers in Myanmar. And random purposes sampling strategy is used to select 23 participants from 8 basic education schools from 4 states and regions in Myanmar. For data collection, a semi-structural interview is conducted with teachers and head teachers. It includes 90 questions in their respective schools. The interview question content validity through the subject matter expert responses. And for data analysis, iterative thematic analysis, including finding, examining, summarizing themes, was used using and Vivo 15. This is the research finding. According to this study, 5 themes emerged: compensation, working conditions, self-efficacy, contextual factors, job satisfaction for teacher retention. The first thing is compensation and working conditions are the main reason for main effect on teacher retention and job satisfaction. These are the organizational factors. And self-efficacy, confidence in their skill, level of profession and students, and happiness in teachers are the main factors that related to teacher job satisfaction and retention. These are the individual factors. And geographic isolation and socioeconomic struggles are the main factors that affect on teacher job satisfaction and retention. These are the potential factors. Now I would like to present the variables how affect teacher job satisfaction. Low compensation and lack of help manifest inadequate teaching resources, poor leadership support, and equal access to professional development, and assigning teachers to remote or ethnic regions affect on teacher job satisfaction and retention. According to this research literature, these findings are like this. Compensation plays a main role in teacher retention, according to this researcher. And working condition has a big impact on teacher retention. And Purple EDL 2006 reported that geographic proximity to home resident plays a crucial role in teachers' decision to stay in a practical school. And then self-efficacy role. Teachers' efficacy and passion for teaching as buffers, enabling them to participate despite harsh working conditions. More teachers are likely to remain in the profession due to their level of profession and students and their happiness in teaching. This finding is consistent with the previous findings, and job satisfaction and self-efficacy play a significant role in teacher retention, according to this researcher found this relationship. These are the contributions inside. Improving this study found improving teachers' confidence in managing their classroom and involving them in decision making could have a greater impact on retention than salary adjustment alone. And this study, these findings confirm that the teachers' confidence in their skills, dedication to students, love for teaching, and self-efficacy act as motivators to stay even when faced with socioeconomic challenges. This study finds unique challenges faced by teachers in Myanmar, such as low salaries, inadequate housing, transportation difficulties, and language barriers, particularly in rural or urban areas. And this study highlights context-specific challenges, socioeconomic struggle, resource inequality, and geographic isolation are often neglected in rural research. And extrinsic factors such as salary, work environment, and primary cause dissatisfaction, and intrinsic motivator such as self-efficacy, level teaching, and even resupplement when extrinsic conditions are inadequate. In this study, job satisfaction, self-efficacy mediates the relationship between organizational factors and teacher retention. Potential factors, geographical location, and socioeconomic challenges moderate the effect of organizational and individual factors on teacher retention. This study highlights an urgent need for policy reforms to bridge geographical and resource, which is a novel call for action in Myanmar education system. This study offers specific actionable solutions for policymakers including revising conversation package and strengthening leadership training, and equitable access to professional development for teachers, especially in remote areas. Thank you for your great attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mala. Okay. Okay, so we have one recorded presentation of Professor Daniel. We recorded this presentation because he was busy with his schedule. So let's play this one, and then Professor Rock will be joining us for the concluding remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Daniel is a PhD in economics and a professor in the Department of Applied Economics in Spain. So he currently serves as the editor-in-chief of Evaluation Review in Sage and associate editor in Helion and elsewhere. Environment, Development, and Sustainability in Springer. He is also a guest editor for Renewable Energy Elsewhere, Utilities Policy, Energy Source, Part B in Taylor, Texas. And he has 300 articles from highly indexed journals with 9,000 citations in Google Scholars with an index of 45. He is one of the top 2% researchers in Stanford Researchers' top searchers list. So now I'm going to play the recorded presentation of Professor Daniel.
My research. All I want to acknowledge is thanks to International Research Seminar Committee for inviting me to this conference. And first of all, in this conference, I would like to talk about the relevance that nowadays ICT have over economic approaches or several variables. So, in fact, this presentation is related to validate the use of some variables who interact positively with internet communication technologies. In fact, we can talk about digitalization in business and also in some kind of enterprises. So for this, I'm going to make some comment related to new ideas and new advances in this line. So it's true that currently there are many studies that validate the relationship between ICT and several variables related with economic growth, environmental degradation, energy usage, or also another sectoral variable like natural resource exploitation or tourism. In this case, I would like to talk variables in our nowadays we are in the era of advances in artificial intelligence, natural resources, evolution, and also tourism, energy, and some type of economic growth. Even we have to understand that nowadays we have problems with international conflicts, international problem with the sources or fossil sources, etc., etc. So for this, it's mandatory to prepare some model that a policymaker can advance in this line research. According to this, in this paper, we present just an example of things that we can do with ICT. In consequence, we are going to talk about how ICT can interact with traditional variables related with environmental degradation and economic growth, and how when we include the role of ICT in this variable through a dampening or moderation effect, it presents positive effects, especially over environmental pressure, or also we can consider this variable for economic growth. For this purpose, we present different models. You have to understand that this is an example of model that we have tested, we have obtained good result, but the most important thing here is the idea, which is behind our model, is the concept of ICT in this variable. So in the main model is the variable model that consider the role of urbanization, GDP, internet and communication technologies, natural resources, and tourism over carbon emissions. So in this model, we try to validate the linear effect of this variable over the environmental pressure. But this is not the main objective of our presentation, or the main objective of our idea. The main model or the main process is the interaction between ICT with different variables. For example, in this line in model 2, we have the interaction between ICT and urbanization. This variable has been considered with T check. The second one in model 3, the interaction between natural resources and ICT. And finally, in model 4, we check the interaction between ICT and tourism, according in transport right now. So in this sense, we are going to pay attention to the result, especially in model 2 and mainly in model 4. Why is it so critical they use the variable tourism? Well, nowadays tourism has been in developed countries around the 15% of GDP of the countries. So it's very important for understanding that the development of this industry, and in fact, the development of many business, are very close to ICT technologies. Well, for checking our validation of hypothesis, we have checked the traditional steps, first unit root test. After that, we have checked the co-integration test. So finally, we have checked two different modelization, AMG and two-step GMM model, aimed for understanding that the results are robust, and in both type of model, the estimation obtain similar results. all these variables that we have used are closely related with sustainable development goals. So all our models are really close to these goals and objectives. So policymakers can interact and go and understand really how relevant are the use of ICT in separate or different sectors in our economy. So here we have the results of one variable. And the only variable that we find here, which has a negative significant or with carbon emission, are ICT. But the other variable, all of them present direct connection with environmental pollution. So it means that the only variable that we have found for developed countries who reduce carbon emission are the usage of ICT. But for us, it's very interesting to check the different interaction between ICT and selected variables. And in all of them, obtain that for the dampening effect that in ICT and urbanization, ICT natural resources, and ICT and tourism, in all of them are the moderation effect or a reduction of the pernicious effect that this variable exerts over environmental degradation. In this sense, this is very important. Not only the variable selections, will have a close connection between GDP and ICT or AI over carbon emission, over sustainable development, over ecological footprint, or another type of model. For example, if we talk about the economic growth model, one main variable will be the role of ICT, the business digitalization, and all these variables. What I want to say with this that nowadays it's critical to understand, or for us, it's mainly interesting to know which is the role for understanding new advances in society and economy. So we need to make effort and include this variable and explain the role of this variable and how in forthcoming years it will be not only for developed countries, in general, at global level, these variables are very interesting. For example, there are another type of model when we talk about the pollution heaven or hell hypothesis. Another type of model presented, for example, for like Bata or Jogan. We obtain the same type of results. So the cost of natural resources of the pollution heaven hypothesis are very close to the use of digitalization. So consequently, for us, it's very important to understand this in future. So I think that we need to make big effort to make a change in and leave our traditional usage of economy, understanding that there is a stronger connection between economy, industrialization, physics, and other science like medical usage, education, etc., and how these variables are all these science are really closely connected nowadays. We have information about this. We can make a strong connection, and I think that this is very interesting for us. So consequently, for finishing my approach of my presentation, I would like to make some comment related with the critical role that ICT. So we can conclude that ICT is a leading factor for sustainability, reduction of pollution level, and also for increasing economic growth, not only in developed countries, also in developing or emerging economies, where it's critical for understanding the evolution of societies nowadays. In this sense, we can also say that many industries need to implement digitalization and high-tech for reducing the pollution heaven hypothesis, or reduce the implementation of dirty industry in host countries. It means that digitalization and new technologies can advance reducing environmental pressure or reducing the poverty in many economies and emerging societies. So I think that this is pretty essential nowadays for understanding our societies, for understanding the future. And I think that many models and many research nowadays need to be closed in several hot topics: circular economy, economic complexity, digitalization business, the usage of ICT, and also the implementation of high-tech industry in host countries. So I think this line of are very, very interesting nowadays, and I think that they are the future in the advances of economy. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. For me, it has been a pleasure, and I see the panel of the conference, and it's really amazing and exciting, and thank you so much for attending. You have here my contact. If you have any question that you need to contact with me, be free for do this. I'm open for new ideas, new collaboration, or any type of suggestion you want to make to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your great presentation. Yes, insightful and highly effective presentation.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this comes the ending of this research seminar with the concluding remarks from Professor Dr. Rock.
My research. First of all, I want to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Rock, welcome. And the stage is yours. I'm really sorry for you waiting so long.
Not at all. It's a great pleasure, actually, to be among you. I believe I should tell you good afternoon right now, correct?
Yeah.
It's good morning for me and good afternoon for you. Distinguished scholars, colleagues, and guests, it's not knowledge, but the act of learning that grants the greatest enjoyment. This insightful quote by Carl Friedrich Gauss captures the essence of why we gather today at this workshop like this, to engage in the joy of learning, discovery, and innovation. As the Chief Executive Officer of the Academy of Business Management Conferences, it is a privilege to address you at the conclusion of this enlightening international workshop on research, hosted by the esteemed School of Management at Huazhong University of Science and Technology in Wuhan, China. Events like this are a cornerstone of our mission to bridge the gap between academia and industry, and to provide platforms for scholars to connect, exchange knowledge, and inspire one another. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers who contributed their expertise and insights throughout this workshop. To your positive engagement, great contribution, all of you. Their presentations illuminated the various stages of research, from ideation and methodology to writing, refining, and ultimately publishing in high-quality journals. These are not merely technical steps. They are the foundation of impactful academic work that advances our fields and shapes the future. This workshop could not have come at a more relevant time. As researchers, we find ourselves at the intersection of immense opportunities and significant challenges. The rapid evolution of AI and generative technologies have transferred the research landscape. On one hand, these tools hold tremendous promise. They can literature reviews, analyze complex data sets, and even generate innovative hypotheses. On the other hand, they come with risks: plagiarism, ethical breaches, and an over-reliance on unverified outputs can threaten the integrity of academic work. Our responsibility as scholars is to harness the opportunities these technologies provide while mitigating their risks. By integrating AI responsibly and with an unwavering commitment to academic integrity, we can ensure that these tools enhance our research rather than compromise its value. Today's workshop serves as a powerful reminder that the essence of research lies in curiosity, perseverance, and collaboration. These qualities are even more vital in an era where technology continuously reshapes the way we work and we think. As we conclude, let me leave you with the timeless words of Albert Einstein. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. Let us embrace the challenges of our time, not as obstacles, but as opportunities to innovate, grow, and lead the way forward. And by the way, remember the word of Khalil Gibran, the author of the famous, renowned The Prophet. In research, he said it also as in life. Say not, I have found the truth. Rather, say, I have found a truth. Statistics will definitely tell you about that margin of error. All these econometric models also will indicate that as well. Thank you to the School of Management, to all the contributors, and to every participant for making this workshop a great success. Your dedication to advancing academic research is both inspiring and essential. Together, let us continue to learn, collaborate, and make a lasting impact. And thank you.
Very much, Professor Prof, for this wonderful concluding remarks. I look forward to meet you in April in the coming conference in Dubai.
Exactly. We look forward to seeing you in Dubai, physically or virtually. It will be a great, impactful conference.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. And
Thank you
very much. Thank you very much, everyone. So this ends this long day of ours filled with research and great speakers. I, with the core of my heart, thank you everyone to coming here. So the session is over. So the ones who joined late for presentation, they were skipped. So they can present their research online. Others can, if they want to stay for the session, they can stay. Otherwise, they can leave. It's okay.
We have one speaker, right?
Yeah, we will start with the presentation, but you can have the copy. We have copy for you. We'll not hold you up like, I know you're looking at me like this.
Only one presenter. Just like this one.
Yes, if anyone also has some questions, they can also ask. We have the presenters over here. So otherwise, I'm just saying for the ones who are here, they can have the tea because we're so exhausted.
Yeah, they can have tea and they can listen to the speaker.
Yeah, they can listen to the speaker as well. Okay, so the tea is over there. So let's start with the Sumo, Jahangir Sumo, the last speaker, because two didn't come at that time, at that place. So do we have Jahangir? Mr. Jahangir? Mr. Jahangir? So you guys can have coffee, it's okay. Why are they Mr. Jahangir?
There is internet issue.
It's okay, but it's okay.
You can give us a report.
Yeah, so the ones who are left, they can give the report. Okay, everyone, thank you very much. So we are signing off for today, and inshallah we'll be back with other events. There is an event coming up in April in Dubai, and I see Dr. Isra. Dr. Isra, how are you? How was your trip in the last conference in Dubai? So we look forward to welcome you in April in Dubai. I think my voice is not going, but it's okay, everyone. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Now, what do you want to do? Yes. What I need to do? You have to publish paper.